Across much of America, the winter winds still blow cold, but here at Daytona International Speedway, the high holy days of stock car racing drench the faithful in warm sunshine and the sounds of speed. We welcome you to the big track at Daytona Beach. Dave Despain alongside Ken Squire, who coined that phrase, high holy days of stock car racing, back in 1979 when the live CBS broadcast first brought this great spectacle to the entire country. It seems to me there are two kinds of fans, those who are coming to Daytona and those who wish they were.
Yeah, this is the time, this is the place where the sweet thunder rolls out for the entire racing world. And the excitement barometer is really up this year, David, because, well, it's a whole different way to drive around this racetrack since we saw back in the 80s. Take a look at last night. On the right, three-time national champion Jimmy Johnson. On the left, the rookie Joey Logano, arms flacing as they go through the 31-degree high bank. And even in that important tri-oval, that mysterious place, they've got a handful there as well.
Loose race cars on a green racetrack, and tonight there'll be 28 of them out there doing that for half the length of Daytona 500. It's going to be crazy. Let's talk about the day's lineup here on Speed and also on the racetrack. Kicking it off this morning with Sprint Cup practice. This is a day with two very distinct phases. The practice session is for pole qualifying for the Daytona 500. We'll interrupt that with NASCAR, or not interrupt it, but bracket it with NASCAR Live to keep you up to date on all the other happenings in the garage area. And then we'll move into the competition itself. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, the ARCA Remax Lucas Oil and Slick Mart 200. The competition for the ARCA drivers aspiring to be the Cup stars of the future. Debut of NASCAR Race Day at 6 o'clock this evening. I'm sorry, at 5 o'clock this evening. The Bud Shootout is live on Fox, and we'll wrap up the day with the season premiere of NASCAR Victory Lane. Now, I want to go back and pick up a story that was unfolding as we left the air yesterday about the Bud Shootout. And for that, let's go to Adam Alexander and Ray Dunlap. Guys, let's get the update on that. Ray?
Well, Dave, let's start over in this garage. As you said, two different agendas today. Here's Paul Menard's Daytona 500 car. It's all ready to go to the racetrack, but right beside it is the number 98 car that was involved in that crash last night. You see the guy's doing a lot of body work right here. There's an inner crush panel missing. That still has to be replaced. A little damage right up here on the rear wing. But all the damage was not just on the right side of the race car. There's also damage on the left side. Once Menard spun out, then they had damage over here, so the guys have to also replace the driver's door. So while the Daytona 500 car sits ready to go to the racetrack, there's still a lot more work to be done down here as they get this car ready for tonight's Budweiser Shootout. Adam?
And Ray, it's almost an identical scene over here in the Scott Speed garage area. The 82 car being prepared to go out on track today and make a qualifying run in preparation for tomorrow's qualifying session and the Great American Race. And right beside it, the car that was damaged in last night's practice session for this evening's running of the Budweiser Shootout. Two different crews working on these race cars. So what's the thought of the driver who went through the anxiety of a crash last night and now has to shift gears to today, Scott?
It's as good as more practice on the track. I mean, it's certainly going to be a much different experience out there being by yourself and doing qualifying runs, but nonetheless, it's more time on the track, maybe more time to figure out where the bumps are. It's going to be all good experience.
Now, I've heard a lot of different drivers talk about what they do during qualifying practice at Daytona. You're a laid-back guy, so what's your thought process and how do you handle what can be somewhat of a boring day for a driver?
I don't know. Honestly, at the moment, I don't have any plans. I don't got my phone with me, nothing, but you come to me after the second one and then we see what's going on.
It won't take him very long to get relaxed, I can assure you of that. 1 year ago, Scott Speed making his Daytona debut in an ARCA car. This year he's playing with NASCAR's big boys, Dave.
Scott Speed with little experience, but fourth starting spot for tonight's Budweiser Shootout. That is a function of the new format for this race, on which we'll be elaborating during the course of the day. Right now we need a commercial break, and then the emphasis will shift to pole qualifying for the Daytona 500. Practice will look very different today than it did from what it did yesterday, and we'll have it all for you right here.
NASCAR Live is presented by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. Brought to you in part by Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. and by Interstate Batteries. Over 200,000 dealers nationwide. Find one at interstatebatteries.com.
Get fired up! NASCAR's back! Speed brings you the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD. Oh yeah! NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Many half-ton V8s get around the same miles per gallon. But ours puts out 30 more horsepower. Hello, beautiful. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Takes just 3 years for many half-tons to burn through this much tranny fluid. Ours lasts longer, so you go through a whole lot less. Looks like you got some time to kill. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
Let's see if this steak place can match the value of Golden Corral's new Applewood Grill. I'd like the sirloin, chicken and pork too, all wrapped in bacon, and all for around $10.
Security!
And all for around $10.
No. What are you, some kind of rodeo clown?
No other place can match Golden Corral's Applewood Grill. Get sizzling aged sirloin, oven roasted chicken, and tender pork, all wrapped in Applewood bacon, all included on their endless dinner buffet for around $10.
Now that's a rare deal.
There's no place like Golden Corral.
Millions of Americans have made Hydroxycut the #1 weight loss supplement.
I'm Charlene from California, and I lost 55 pounds fast with Hydroxycut.
Subjects using the patented primary ingredients in Hydroxycut lost an average of up to 4.5 times the weight than diet and exercise alone. I strongly recommend it as a doctor and someone who used it with fantastic results.
I'm Stephanie from Wisconsin, and I lost 31 pounds so fast with Hydroxycut.
Get Hydroxycut and new complete 7-day cleanse today.
NASCAR gear should feel like real NASCAR gear. Look for the official NASCAR hologram and get free stuff every time you enter your code online.
Speed is live at Daytona International Speedway, where those grandstands will be filled on Thursday. The countdown to the duels at Daytona, the Gatorade duels, which will set most of the field for the Daytona 500, and they will, of course, be broadcast live on Speed. Here within our little television organization, the excitement reaching a peak right now because the countdown to John Roberts' first appearance of the day stands at 0. JR is downstairs. Go for it.
No one counts down to that, Dave. Come on, man. What we're counting down to is tonight's airing on Fox of the Budweiser Shootout, and perhaps at 8 o'clock tonight you will see the biggest change in the format for this race in the history of the race when it comes to what drivers are in. The drivers are eligible this year, not by virtue of winning a pole position last season or being a past champion of the race, but by virtue of being one of the top 6 drivers from each manufacturer or a wild card situation, which has allowed drivers the likes of Tony Stewart to enter this race tonight. So what it does, it gives you a very diverse group of drivers and the biggest field ever for this all-star shootout under the lights here at Daytona. I want to bring in Randy Pemberton and Hermie Sadler. And guys, of course it's a very exciting race, but it's going to take on such a different look this year.
It really is, and we've heard people talk this weekend about should these guys be in the Budweiser Shootout. They didn't earn their way in. But I look at it completely from the other side of the fence. The ultimate goal is to come down here to win the Daytona 500. Why not? Why, when you want to know how you stack up against everybody that's going to be in the Daytona 500, and a guy like Scott Speed we just had on, sure, he doesn't have a lot of experience, but that 187.5 miles of experience he gets tonight may give him a better opportunity on Sunday to not make the kind of mistakes that guys are saying some of these rookies may make, as we see the spin from practice last night, Randy.
Yeah, I think the rules are the rules. They set these rules last year. We knew this was coming. I'm not sure if that was precipitated about the forecast of what might be going on with the economy or so forth, but the bottom line is we have all the manufacturers represented. And what this is going to allow them to do, without any testing, it gives everybody an equal shot to gain some knowledge, some understanding. It gives some of these guys like Scott Speed, Joey Logano, some time on the racetrack. As far as being deserved to be in this race, by the rules, Scott Speed deserves deserves to be in this race, and so is Joey Logano. I wouldn't put it past either one of them to win this race.
And that's what makes it so exciting is once you start one of these races, you have the opportunity to win. Anything can happen on any given day. And also, Hermie, it's very important that NASCAR made the point, and this is what they want people to know, is the fact that they want to throw their manufacturers a very well-deserved bone because of the support that the manufacturers have given the sport.
Well, you hear NASCAR talk a lot about an equal playing field. They want to make the field as equal as they possibly can. Well, one thing they can control is giving all the manufacturers equal time on the racetrack. But if you're a veteran guy, the rookie guy can't win. If Scott Speed, just to use an example, is not in the Budweiser shootout, if he spins somebody out on the last lap of the Daytona 500, they'll say, well, he didn't have enough experience. Well, he's getting that experience, and the manufacturers, everybody that's here, that's in a car, as Randy said, that should be in, is in. It's going to be a great race, 28 cars.
Yeah, that's the old catch-22. It's hard to get experience unless you're driving, but they say then you can't be out there driving without experience. So what do you do there? Let's go down to Ray Dunlap, who's standing by with a guy who really came on towards the end of last season. Ray?
And that would be Jamie McMurray. And an interesting day today, Jamie, where we talk about getting ready to qualify for the Daytona 500 tomorrow. That's not very exciting, but then 28 cars in the Budweiser shootout. What a day, huh?
Yeah, this will be, I wouldn't say it's boring, but not near as exciting as getting to do the race trim practice. And this gets frustrating too, because you'll get your first clean run, and then you'll sit in line for 30 minutes or 45 minutes. And when the practice is about over, somebody will definitely pull out in front of you. So you sit there all that time trying to get a good run, and you usually don't. But tonight will be really exciting. Our Crown Royal Ford Fusion was real fast last night, and it drove really well. Last year here, we really struggled to make our car drive good at Daytona, and they made a couple of changes last night, and I was really happy with it. I went back and I watched practice on TV this morning, and I saw guys having to move their hands around a lot, and my car was really stable. So maybe not in the first 25 lap segment, but I think if you run 30, 35 laps, the guys, the cars that handle it's really going to show, and I feel like we have one of the better driving cars.
50 laps in that last segment of the Budweiser shootout. Have you thought about what your strategy will be yet?
Well, I don't know. No, haven't. Certainly I just leave that up to Donnie and to Derek on what they think will be the best strategy. And since all the Roush cars are in it, I'm sure if we do some kind of a strategy that we'll all be together. So have to wait and see.
We wish you good luck. And when I came down here, guys, he had tools in his hand. That always scares me when the drivers have tools in their hand.
It depends on what they're going to do with them, Ray. Maybe they'll chase media members out of their garage stall with them. No, let's hope that doesn't happen, at least not this early in the season. Well, folks, we want to tell you that we are counting down to the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. You can see it here live on Speed. And the Daytona 500 is unlike any other race, so the qualifying procedure is unlike any other race. Next Thursday, live only on Speed at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Check out the Gatorade Duel at Daytona.
Biggest race of the year demands the biggest pre-race party in NASCAR. February 15th, be there as Speed gets you fired up for the 51st running of the Daytona 500.
It is the ultimate race to win.
Don't you leave your seat.
NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live coverage begins February 15th, 11 Eastern. And celebrate with us at 8 p.m. Eastern in NASCAR Victory Lane. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
What project are you working on today?
Yes.
We can help you with that.
Thanks. I'm just starting out, so I'm kind of on a budget.
We're good with budgets. You'll need one of these, at least. Pit crew.
Okay.
Crew chief.
Cool.
Read this. And you'll need an owner. I recommend this one.
What about fans?
What do you say we start with 300,000 and go from there?
Whoa.
Helping people do more than they ever thought possible. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Get fired up. Speed is dueling in Daytona. Speed brings you the Duel at Daytona. Thursday, February 12th, live in Speed HD.
I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Brought to you by your Toyota dealer. Toyota, moving forward.
Put it there, I just got free HD.
Sorry?
Yeah, new Comcast HD triple play. Really excited about it. So faster internet, unlimited calling, and the most HD. Anytime I want.
Really?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. You off? Okay. Hey.
Get triple excited.
Free HD. Just got it.
The most HD with no fees, faster internet, unlimited calling. The new Comcast HD Triple Play is here.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, the first race of the day has already been won by Regan Smith in the Furniture Row car. Or has it? Well, that car's being backed up. Here's what we're talking about. You heard the reference to it from Jamie earlier, McMurray. They sit in line 30 to 45 minutes. This is pole qualifying practice. This practice session will run exactly the way pole qualifying will tomorrow. It's one car at a time, and it looks like the results of the first race have changed. Tony Stewart is going to be the first one out. Can't explain why this is a big deal and why that long wait is troublesome.
Well, you get 3 cars on the track, and that's about it, because you want clear air. And as Larry McReynolds has pointed out over and over again, if you can see a guy in front of you, that air is disturbed, interrupted. And so therefore you wait your time out to get that clear track in front of you. And now you can see cars lining up. There's Jeff Gordon rolling out. That's the story here. Get in line so you're one of the first out, because with, what, 56 cars, maybe 57? Boy, that's going to take a lot of time to go all the way through it. 3 cars on the track at the same time, David.
It's a 2-hour session, and the goal is to get at least 2 runs so you can analyze the first one, make changes, and come back and verify those in the second run. Let's go down to the garage area to Adam Alexander.
And this report brought to you by Old Spice. Are you smelling a win? And I'm sure Denny Hamlin is, because he's won here at Daytona on this day before. But right now, not about winning. It's about finding out what you have. So your thoughts as you go out and make your first attempt on a qualifying run here in the practice session.
Well, I mean, I definitely think this will be the first gauge of what everyone's worked on. They'll know within, we'll know within 3/4 of a lap or so when we see what RPMs we have. It's going to be pretty interesting for sure. So everyone's hard work, everyone at the shop, all the hard work they put in, the crew chiefs and the engineers, the things that they've came up with to try to make these cars better than they were last year, this is going to be the proven spot.
You're going to sit in this car a lot today and not be doing a whole lot. You got the iPod dialed up. What song comes first when you're out there making a run?
It'll probably be something from Dierks Bentley, more than likely.
Dierks Bentley, the selection for Denny Hamlin as he gets set to go out in this practice session. He's about 10th in line, guys.
All right, that's one of the 57 cars in line here. I'm going to go back to that business of that sawing on the steering wheel that we saw yesterday.
You saw those pictures from inside the car. Well, I think the inside the car pictures of the driver are going to be more critical this time around than we've seen in years. The track's old. They make it look like it's steady and strong. There's Joey Logano at work. Now, this is a rookie. This is an 18-year-old freshman. And look at those hands fly. He looks like Willie Pep fighting Sandy Sadler out there. Lightweight go. Kid looks like he doesn't weigh 100 pounds, and he's got to hold 3,400 pounds steady and straight. And last night they were talking about that Zippy was going to have to come back on the speed to make him more comfortable to take some of that out. But if you're going to get over this old track, remember it's been here since '59, you're going to have to drive a handful of race car to make it work this year. And we haven't seen that since about 1983 when the incredible Cale Yarborough did it live on television and put fans right inside the car. That helped to change the face and the complexion and the understanding of American stock car racing.
Cale Yarborough, the same guy who flipped at 200 mile an hour, tried to set the pole. We need a commercial break. Sandy Sadler. Is there another Sadler brother that I didn't know about? We're going to take a commercial break and be back with Hermie and all the rest of the Sadlers and the rest of the speed team.
The Old Spice Are You Smelling a Win segment has been brought to you by Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference.
Introducing the NASCAR Hall of Fame Commemorative Brick Program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at nascarhall.com/brick.
It's the first race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Nobody gives you more power than Interstate Batteries. And we have a national warranty program with over 200,000 dealers to back it up. How do we make them so powerful? Now that's a secret. And here's another secret. We've got every battery for every need. Interstate Batteries. Outrageously dependable.
With the rising cost of fuel and auto maintenance, now more than ever, it's important to get the most from your vehicle's engine. Z-Max Micro Lubricant can help. Z-Max, the only micro lubricant that's used with your favorite motor oil by actually soaking into the metal. Z-Max reduces carbon buildup, resulting in increased fuel mileage, improved engine performance, and extended engine life. Easy to use. Just pour into your engine's oil and your fuel system for non-stop protection. Z-Max, 60 years of reliable, proven performance. Locate your nearest retailer at zmax.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Daytona International Speedway. A lot of countdowns going on right now, not to anybody in particular, but to a couple races in particular. The Gatorade Duel is coming your way later on this week, but right now the other part of the qualifying process is in just a matter of a couple of minutes, and that's qualifying practice here at Daytona. Tomorrow, only the first 2 spots will be set, but we'll know what guys in the back of the pack will also make it in on speed. About 5 spots will be determined on Sunday, including the first 2 starters. But Hermie Sadler, when you look at this, everybody knows there's a big negative out there. Some teams went away. But here's the big positive that came out of it. A lot of new teams have popped up. As a matter of fact, 57 strong, this field is full of new faces.
I mean, everybody wants to come to Daytona. It is the prize race in our industry, obviously. A lot of fast beating hearts in the garage area right now, JR, because the guys who are not locked in, I got to tell you, the last 3 years that I operated my race team independently, I did it just because I wanted to make the Daytona 500. The first 2 times I came, I didn't make it. I had a disappointment, had to go home Thursday after the duel. The 3rd try, we made it into the Daytona 500. Then, for some reason, didn't win it, but some reason I felt like, I felt at peace, and I can let this go now. I've made the Daytona 500. So a lot of guys right now on pins and needles wondering, what do I have when I get on this racetrack for this qualifying session?
I mean, this is the first time the regular season starts for these guys. The other thing is the Bud Shootout. So these guys are going to get on the track here today, Johnny, and they're going to find out what their cars do individually. So that's going to give them a gauge. How fast are they? The bottom line is, you're going to go out there and hopefully not sniff a draft so you don't get any false information. And everybody's going to do their best just to turn the fastest lap they can, find out where they stack up. It'll be later in the next practice session where they'll throw in all the double throwdown whammy stuff to try to get everything they can out of the race cars, but this is where they'll line up for the duels. You want to line up either as close to the front as you can, or you want to be in the back probably for either one of the duels. You really don't want to be in the middle when you start out if you can help it.
And exactly opposite of what we said about practice speeds for the shootout, this speed chart matters.
Yeah.
These cars right there by themselves, and if you're not at the top of this speed chart, you got lots of reason to be concerned. So, and Denny Hamlin made a great point. He'll know before he ever comes back to get the green flag where their RPM range is. He'll know if his engine's running good, if his car's going through the air like he wants it, if it's driving like he wants it. The stopwatch will come, but these guys will know, and there'll be a lot of excited guys and a lot of guys, reality may start setting in that, wow, we may have to struggle to get in this race.
And then there's also another huge void. I mean, we've heard it's been the story all week long. Without those testing sessions, this is the first time these drivers are getting an idea of just how fast they could be.
Blew me away to hear Chad Canals on NASCAR Performance with Larry McReynolds said they have not tested since they left Miami Homestead. That is amazing.
Especially for those guys.
Oh, my goodness. No question about it. So I think the interesting thing is to see where you stack up against the competition. Has anybody closed the gap? Last year, the poll went 187.075, Jimmy Johnson. It was a lap of 48.109 miles an hour. I think these will be about the right temperatures for when they get ready to qualify. It'll be interesting to see, have these teams gained a little bit in speed, and who has?
And also, it's the story of the engineers back in the shop. Since they didn't have a chance to test, it's all been on paper, it's all been on computers and simulation as to who has what. Now we're going to find out what happens when the rubber hits the road. And we also want you to come over and join us at speedtv.com. Want to be part of the excitement at the track? Go to the NASCAR section on speedtv.com and select NASCAR on Speed to send us your email. NASCAR on Speed, be there and stay here all day on Speed because we got you covered wall to wall, bumper to bumper, flag to flag, and door to door.
Speed brings you the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed, be there. NASCAR on Speed, be there.
The bright lights of Vegas.
The thrill of NASCAR. A pair that can't lose. NASCAR. Biggest baby, the fastest weekend of the season. In the most exciting city in the world.
Once, twice, 3 times.
Let it roll with NASCAR's top stars in Vegas. Call 800-644-4444.
Heard about the problems we've been having?
Nope.
3G dead zones all over. Internet slow here, non-existent here. Trent, show them where we've been losing emails.
Here.
We have Verizon.
You've got 3G there.
Oh.
For coverage where you need it, get America's largest and most reliable 3G network, Verizon Wireless. And now get the Storm, the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
Hi, it's pretty easy to see what draws me to Esurance. With my family, a job, and a pretty long commute, it's hard to find time to take care of things like auto insurance.
Let alone how much it can cost.
I chose Esurance because they save me money in no time.
With quote-by-print convenience, you can start saving in minutes.
And with hassle-free automatic payments, that's one less bill that piles up.
Get your fast-free quote today.
And get animated about your auto insurance with Esurance.
I'm taking 12 teams on a little road trip. Bull Run is back, and it's only on Speed. These teams compete for 200 grand in prizes, and I got 10 days and over 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. These cars will go grill to grill across the entire Southwest. Bull Run, one hell of a ride. Premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
NASCAR Live is presented by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. Brought to you in part by Verizon Wireless. Call more people, use 0 minutes. Only on America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family, Verizon Wireless. And by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV.
Back live at Daytona International Speedway, a day with 2 faces at Daytona. The Sprint Cup stars making individual runs, setting up their cars for pole qualifying tomorrow. And then wild and woolly stock car racing as the ARCA guys take to the track at 4 o'clock. Telecast starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then the Cup stars get their first anger and combat with the Budweiser shootout tonight at 8 o'clock on Fox. I like the ARCA race.
Love the ARCA race.
Is fun.
Love the ARCA race, and I'll tell you why. Because it represents not only a part of America, really middle America, from where the Automobile Racing Club of Association goes, but they also represent the real spirit of a lot of short track stuff. Yeah, they run some long tracks, but they run the dirt out there at Springfield, Illinois. They run a lot of third and half-mile pavement. And you got Justin Lofton, kid from California, Toyota. Can you imagine how he feels right now as he gets ready for 200 miles at Daytona?
I'm at Daytona.
In 1979, this is a race that has been lost to the ages, but it was one of the most exciting races I ever saw here. That was the year that Richard Petty brought Kyle down here. And Kyle Petty, in his first race, won this ARCA race. Richard said, we're not going to fool around with short tracks. We're going to go right to where we need to be. And he was so well coached all the way through that race that he pulled it off. Hey, Joey Logano is going to start third. Now, this is that young sensation from Connecticut that everybody is talking about. Well, now we'll find out what's behind the words.
It's going to be fun to watch, and you're going to see it live on Speed. We hope you'll tune in for that. And in the meantime, coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to see this practice session for pole qualifying. Be first or be second. Sit on the pole for a week or at least be on the outside of the front row and lock yourself in for the Daytona 500. Be able to shift that focus to race setup. That is what is on the minds of all of these drivers as we get set for that session that's going to be rolling at 10:30. You know, you talk about all the economic gloom and doom. 57 cars have turned out, and all the seats for next Sunday, almost all the seats are sold. Things are looking good in stock car land, don't you think, Steve Burns?
Well, Dave Despain, things are looking beautiful at the Daytona International Speedway. The chilly temperatures that have been with us for the last 4 days are gone. Temperature right now, 60 degrees. The forecast looks fabulous for the next week. Sunny, not a cloud in the sky. No wind to speak of. And it is time for the first Daytona 500 practice of Speed Weeks 2009, gentlemen. And as we said, the weather's beautiful. We know we have 57 cars here. We have a 2-hour practice this morning, an hour and a half this afternoon. But Larry Mack, after that, a lot of unanswered questions.
Well, there is. You know, week after week during the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season, we go to the racetrack, we have a practice session, we get ready to qualify, we qualify, and ho-hum, we move on to get ready to race. But this is qualifying practice for the Daytona 500. And there's all types of agendas down there. We have teams, like the big teams, they've been preparing for this practice session well before 2008 season ended. But we've got some teams, like Tommy Baldwin's team, Jeremy Mayfield's team, they just started putting this team together about a month ago. The bottom line, though, all 57 cars, the one agenda, how fast can I run? Because qualifying is tomorrow, and there's a lot of unknowns, Jeff, because these cars have not been on the racetrack during January testing like in the past.
No, you're right about that, Larry. And the key thing right now is the fact is who's done their homework. I mean, you think about it. You take a look here at the 24 car of Hendrick Motorsports and Jeff Gordon. We know what kind of probably trials and tests that car's been through. Wind tunnel, chassis testing, shaker rig, everything about it has been done to that race car, and they know exactly where they are based off of their information from a year ago. Like you mentioned, Tommy Baldwin, guys like Joe Nemechek, not a lot of information. They're behind the 8 ball, so we're going to find out how really good they are, maybe how lucky they are. And oh, by the way, the clock is running, and it's not a lot of time to get it right, because as you like to say, once you get here, you run what you brung, and what you got is the way it's going to be. So for a lot of these teams, they're thinking about today, but they're really already looking toward Thursday and the duel.
Qualifying is tomorrow. The only thing we know about that qualifying session, as Larry alluded to, it's its own animal, is we will set the front row. After that, the duel at Daytona, the 2 races on Thursday, which you will see here on Speed, will set the field for the Daytona 500.
Now, 2 things we will watch closely during this practice session. We looked at the weather. Temperature is not as big of an issue as the wind. Right now, we have no wind. It's 5 miles per hour. If the wind picks up, that's when it starts playing games with these cars. The other thing is we will watch closely to see if a car gets helped. And what I mean by that, if you can see a car out in front of you, that car is breaking the air from you, and it will pick your speed up. So that's something they're going to try to do, is space these cars, which can be about 3 or 4 at a time max, to where you're not getting help and you don't get deceived.
Jeff, let's take a look at the Toyota track description of this massive speedway that opened back in 1959. She's 2.5 miles around with 31 degrees of banking.
Yeah, on the straightaways, you got 3 degrees. Cross through this travel area, 18 degrees, one of the fastest part of the racetrack. Both races, the front straightaway 3,800 feet, back straightaway 3,000 feet. But Steve, the one thing I want to talk about and kind of back up what Larry was saying, look at this long line of cars, very patiently waiting. Like I say, 57 entries. But guys, before this thing's all said and done, some of these gentlemen are not going to be gentlemen. They're going to start jumping out of line. There's going to be some people probably getting upset because guys that are desperate to try to fix a race car have got to get more than 1 or 2 runs in during these 2-hour practices.
I always ask my boys up here about agendas. Last night in Budweiser shootout practice, we saw them running in packs. 28 drivers in the Budweiser shootout tonight at 8 o'clock. But let's talk about what we'll see in this practice.
Well, as Jeff talked about at the top of the show, you know what? You've got what you've got. NASCAR mandates so much of the setup of these race cars. There are little to no aerodynamics adjustments. You have to run 10 degrees of wing. You have to run the flat end plates on the end of the wing. They mandate the rear spring rate. They have to be 500 pounds minimum back there. Everybody's saying it runs the same rear shocks. The only thing you really have to work with chassis-wise is maybe the front sway bar, front shocks, and front springs. A couple of things they may be playing with is you do have a little bit of an option of the gear ratio, the difference between a 364, 370, but that's where if you put that 64 in, which is a higher gear, and you run faster, you have to make sure conditions are the same when you come back in here tomorrow for qualifying.
Well, there you see Matt Kenseth, former Sprint Cup Series champion. He has 9 Daytona 500 starts. Best finish of 9th in 2004.
Now, we want to add that this is not a rule that you have to wait in line on pit road. NASCAR does not mandate that. It's a gentleman's agreement because everyone's on the same agenda trying to simulate a practice qualifying run, and we know when you qualify, you're out there by yourself.
Well, right now we're taking a look at Matt Kenseth. He just finished his run. He is 4th quickest out of the 4 cars that have gone. I think he's going to be real happy with that. But Larry, you were talking about the conditions and the gear selections and everything that kind of goes into getting these cars fine-tuned. The American flag there we're taking a look at indicates no breeze out there right now. That's really good if you're trying to get an idea about that gear ratio. But as you pointed out, you come out here tomorrow morning, if you're expecting the breeze, it may force you to make a change. And again, the direction of the wind here at Daytona can really affect the race car. If you get a breeze going down the back straightaway, it helps you get up to speed. If you're bucking a headwind, trying to get up to speed, it can really affect your lap as far as that's concerned. So a lot of things, intangibles, that go into these practice sessions that a lot of these teams and these engineers are paying attention to. And right now we're taking a look at the 07 car. And, oh, by the way, it's not who you think it is.
It's not Clint Boyer.
It's Casey Mears.
We've got a lot of splaining to do about all these changes.
Quite Larry Mackes up
Stay
here.
tuned and get your playbook and calendars ready to go.
We'll be back to Daytona. Glad you're with us here on Speed.
Finally, a car that revolves around you. Because you're more than one thing. So is Venza.
This is America, and you have the freedom to cheer.
Number 9!
Idolize.
Dale Jr.
Mr. Jeff Gordon.
Celebrate.
My Papa Montoya!
Maybe even get carried away.
Martin Truex Jr. He's the man.
Only Bank of America gives you the freedom to bank with the same kind of passion. With NASCAR banking, your check card, your credit card, your driver. Want to get in on the action? You can with Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
Working parts, working harder and longer with Valvoline Conventional Motor Oil and a Purolator Premium Plus oil filter. Whatever you're working on, Advance Auto Parts will help you keep the wheels turning.
Prepare for a NASCAR experience like never before. Every lap, every driver, all on your computer. Now you're in control. Who will you listen to?
All clear. Nice job, buddy.
Who will you follow? What view will you choose? Check out Track Pass Race View. Available now only at NASCAR.com. Log on to subscribe and be sure to try Track Pass for free during Speed Weeks only at NASCAR.com.
Back at the Daytona International Speedway, Kyle Busch down the backstretch. It's a 2-hour practice for Daytona 500 qualifying, which is tomorrow underway. We have an hour-and-a-half practice this afternoon.
And I tell you, this will be the cat we'll be watching, I think, during all of Speed Weeks. When you look back at the 4 restrictor plate tracks last year, the 4 restrictor plate races, obviously he led a bunch of laps here, 86 laps in the Daytona 500.
Ooh, there's somebody who's happy. Car feels smooth, got a clean cut. It means he actually killed the engine, and so they can take a look at the plugs and see if they can get him more out of the engine.
What a spectacular year for Kyle Busch in 2008. 8 wins in the Sprint Cup Series, 21 altogether.
And what I was going to say, he did finish 4th in the Daytona 500, but 2 of those Sprint Cup Series wins, they came at the restrictor plate races here in July, Talladega back in the spring. So this group at the restrictor plate tracks, they were mighty solid. Greg Biffle right now in the 16 car. We've logged times on 10 cars, and Greg Biffle right now is 5th quickest at a 48.44. Jimmy Johnson is quickest at a 48.20.
Down in the garage area, Dick Berggren has an update on Dale Earnhardt Jr. Good morning, Dick.
Well, good morning to you, Steve. So many new teams, so many new sponsors, so much newness going on here at Daytona. I decided to hang out with a guy that has been around for a long time, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's got basically the same crew. He's got the same race car. He ran at both of the events last year at Daytona. Importantly, that car qualified 3rd for both of those events last year. So they've got a known commodity. They know they've got a fast car, but they also know they've got a terrific driver in that Junior has always started in the top 10 for the Daytona 500. Matt Yoakum.
Dick, I don't know of any driver in the garage area who's been more excited about the 2009 season kicking off than Ryan Newman. Counting down the days until his Daytona 500 practice qualifying tomorrow. Very excited, this entire team. They built this race car over the past month. One of the very first cars built under the Stewart-Haas banner. Newman has his old number from the old USAC midget days. A new sponsor, a new crew chief, so many new members on this team. But the same fire is still there. He wants to repeat as a Daytona 500 champion. He was counting down the days until he got to Daytona. Now he has to count down the minutes until he can roll off the grid and go out and take his laps here at the Big D.
And you know what's interesting about Ryan Newman as we watch Bill Elliott in the 21 car? I might add the track record holder here at Daytona International Speedway, well before restrictor plates came into play. But we were talking to Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart yesterday, and I think everyone thinks that one reason that Tony Stewart hired Ryan Newman, besides he's a great race car driver, is the fact that they had the same background in open wheels. On the contrary, Tony and Ryan both said one reason that we felt like this deal was going to work so well, we have so much in common. We love the outdoors. We love restoring old cars. So actually, I think the thing that really draws these guys together and gives them a bond has really nothing to do with what goes on the racetrack.
No, they both have commented about the fact that it's not only what they bring to the racetrack, but even Tony said, they like the same things as far as even in homes. I mean, Ryan's wife, Chrissy, they built a log cabin home there in North Carolina, and they're helping Tony right now build his new place. I mean, she's helping give some input there. So it's a great camaraderie. They very much believe in the fact, because they like to use the term, the family tree. And they're talking about their entire race team as being a family. And I really think there could be some great things come out of that group before the end of the year. I mean, don't be surprised if those guys are able to get to victory lane. I mean, they're going to be tough.
Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 car. We had Chip Ganassi on Trackside Live last night, and he's now a teammate.
The 21 car, Steve, look what he's done right there. Jumped to the top of the chart right there. Bill Elliott got himself a pretty impressive lap. His first lap was good, Larry, and came right back there on that second lap and jumped ahead of Martin Truex Jr.
It's a good lap for Bill, but I'm not surprised to see these DEI Ganassi cars running well as we watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. start his first run, because if you go back to the last few restrictor plate races of last year, 2008, all of the cars, Richard Childress's cars and DEI's cars with the ECR engine package, those guys really started coming to life. They really found something with this restrictor plate engine.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the Daytona 500 in 2004. One win a year ago, that coming at Michigan. Talking about, I want to get back to Chip Ganassi for a second as we watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. He talked last night about how there was some pain involved in merging DEI and Ganassi, and he had some employees that they had to let go, but he was encouraged and happy to see a lot of those crew members working for other race teams down here in Daytona.
Well, one of the things we mentioned at the top of the show was a lot of race teams that were put together in the final hours of 2008, even into 2009, like Tommy Baldwin Racing, like the deal that Tony Furr, Jeremy Mayfield, Cecil Tipton's put together, Jeffrey Bodine and Larry Gunsman's team. The great thing about that is it put people back to work. Now, when I look at their race teams in the garage area, the guys working on their car may have a lot of different shirts on, but you know what? The bottom line is they're working, and I think those guys need to be commended for what they've done.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. jumps up second quick of 16 drivers. to make runs here on the high banks of Daytona. Bill Elliott, the fastest. We'll be right back. Glad you're with us.
It's the first race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Hi, may I help you?
Yes, I hear Progressive has lots of discounts on car insurance. Can I get in on that?
Are you a safe driver?
Yes.
Discount. Do you own a home?
Yes.
Discount. Are you gonna buy online?
Yes.
Discount. Isn't getting discounts great?
Yes.
There's no discount for agreeing with me.
Yeah, I got carried away.
It happens to me all the time.
Helping you save money. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Hi, I'm John.
What you're about to see will change the way you look at weather. Presenting the revolutionary Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Many traditional wipers have 6 pressure points that can create uneven pressure and cause streaking. Rain-X Latitude blades contour to hug the windshield for greater visibility and virtually no streaking. So it's like weather never happened. Get ultimate visibility with Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Rain-X, outsmart the elements.
Are you watching that skateboarding kitten video again, Larry?
I like kittens.
Larry, you have access to over 100,000 real video clips at Comcast.net from providers like Fox Sports, CBS News, and E! Entertainment.
I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Do they have stuff with kittens?
Enough with the kittens, Larry.
Over 100,000 video clips from trusted news and entertainment sources, only at Comcast.net.
Presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Daytona is brought to you by Toyota. For the latest on Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. By Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. And by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Comfort, it's what we do. Good to see the 43 car back at Daytona, driven by Reed Sorensen. We've talked about changes, guys, since we've been on the air, and it was Evernham Motorsports, which became Gillette Evernham, and it's now known simply as Richard Petty Motorsports.
Yeah, Ray Evernham is still involved as kind of an advisor, but there's no question Ray is going to turn more focus, I think, to doing some television stuff, helping develop drivers, and he's also become a track promoter here lately. Bought a little old dirt track up there around the Mooresville, Troutman area.
Lincoln Speedway, as a matter of fact.
Reed Sorensen just turned 23 years old the other day, February 5th. Also DW's birthday.
So how old did DW turn?
He's not 23 years old.
You think?
Larry, he won't be listening.
Good.
He'll be back up here in a little while.
I wouldn't have said it. I know he's down there in that motor coach listening.
Bill Elliott.
You sure he's not out in the garage?
Chances are in the motor coach listening.
Bill Elliott, fastest of those, practicing here as we watch the 19 car. Elliott Sadler.
Hey guys, I think we'd be remiss not to mention the little ordeal he went through this past offseason.
He had a very
the ordeal of getting married, or the ordeal of being in and out of the 19 car.
Well, I think getting married was the easy part. He didn't have a valid passport to go on his honeymoon, but he got that sorted out.
That
would have been really an awkward moment, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have.
Honey, enjoy the honeymoon.
But you know, the good news is he's back in the 19 car, and I read some of Elliott's quotes, and he had some interesting perspective on this whole situation with George Gillette and that group over there, because that was actually going on, I think, before the merger with Richard Petty. He said, you know, we have not performed like we needed to, and I needed a wake-up call, and the race team needed a wake-up call, and we all feel better about things today. Sometimes when you have problems, unless you just really get after it and sort through it and maybe say some things and things happen you're really not excited about, they don't get any better.
Back to the garage and Dick Berggren.
If you watched practice last night on Speed TV, you saw Joey Logano having a terribly tough time with his shootout car, saw on the wheel, left to right, right to left, just trying desperately to hang on, which he did. Didn't hit anything. Did a nice job last night. The kid has never raced a single lap in anything here at Daytona, so he has a lot to learn, but the crew has a lot to learn as well about what they need to give him. And for today's car, they've given him a really good piece, much better than what he had last night. I talked to Joey just before he went back out onto the racetrack, or at least heading out in that direction. He said the car is much better than what he had last night. He's a lot more comfortable in it. So a sigh of relief for the fans of this 18-year-old.
Yeah, the only thing about that, Jeff, you're comparing an apple to a banana right now, because last night those cars were in race trim getting ready for the Budweiser shootout. They were out there on 20-something lap tires, sliding around in the draft. This car today, in these 2 practice sessions, it will be by itself. It will always be on fresh tires, and it's in qualifying trim. The proof of the pudding will be when they put this car in race trim for Wednesday's practice, getting ready for the dual races.
You're right about that, Larry. And again, you know, the great job he did last night, but at the same time, you forgot to mention, when you're out there in that pack and you got guys like Dale Earnhardt Jr. basically beating on your back bumper, it can make a car feel a lot looser than what it really is. So hopefully, you know, he's going to be able to take what he learned from last night and, you know, make things better for the day as well as the rest of the week, because tonight's will be a big night for him. This is what I'm talking about, folks. He's out there. Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes up behind him right there coming off the corner. I think he was expecting to slide up. He didn't. All of a sudden, he's got him loose. He's got him real loose, and he gets down underneath him. But that's what a veteran can do to a rookie. He'll take advantage of your weaknesses. He'll take advantage of the fact your race car is all over the racetrack, and it just compounds those problems.
Joey's going to get some more experience later today in the ARCA race. He starts in the 3rd position. You'll see that on speed. We'll be right back.
The way I see it, all synthetic oils are the same.
Think with your dipstick, Jimmy!
Aren't all synthetic oils the same?
Think with your dipstick, Jimmy!
Synthetics or synthetics?
Cash for ledge. I'm gonna try this.
Oh, no, that's thinking with your dipstick!
So why did you hit me?
Because you were thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy!
Think with your dipstick. Upgrade to new Castrol Edge with 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 15W30. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
So this is how we're going to find the right person for our taxes.
Yeah, we got people. Okay, stand up if you have small business expertise.
Woo!
And experience with investment income.
Oh, that's still a lot. And you must have a cat named Louie.
Only H&R Block lets you review credentials of H&R Block tax professionals, so you can handpick the one you want to work with. When you've got H&R Block, you've got people.
Hey guys, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner. I hope you're not thinking about giving her the same old, same old. Don't panic. Here are 3 words you need to remember. Vermont Teddy Bear. Picture this. You beargram her at home or the office with one of the many love bears, and when it arrives, well, you can almost hear it now.
He is so adorable. So much bigger than I thought.
I know. Oh, I sent you this love bandit to steal your heart because you've stolen mine.
Where can I get a guy like that?
Guys, if you want a great response to your Valentine's Day gift, call now or do it online at VermontTeddyBear.com. Come on, guys, for about the price of a dozen roses, a Vermont teddy bear keeps giving and giving. They're handmade in Vermont and guaranteed for life. You could even have a bear personalized with her name. Order now. Overnight and Valentine's Day delivery is absolutely guaranteed. It's a sure thing.
24 minutes into a 2-hour practice, you look high atop the Daytona International Speedway, and Jeff Hammond talk about it, particularly at restrictor plate tracks, the importance of those spotters up there.
Yeah, they're definitely I think the life of a race car when it comes to protecting the race car driver during the course of the race, but they also play a real important role. Now, they've got to be up there, and anytime a race car is on the racetrack, you've got to have a spotter and a spotter stand. But today, what they're doing is they're helping to space these guys out. Larry's already talked about, if you can see the car in front of you, you're getting help. And you need to be able to keep that car as far away from any kind of help as possible. And that's one of the things that the crew chief is dependent upon these guys about. From down on the trucks, you can't clear them as good as you can from up there. So these spotters have got a lot of responsibility today to make sure that each lap you get is a clean one so you know what you've got.
Let's go to Matt.
Steve, as a kid, Eric Almirola would always take the I-4 corridor, jump on I-4 from Tampa over to Daytona to watch the NASCAR stars of the day compete. Now, he is at home in the 8 car, So you made a whopping 2 laps, Eric. What feedback did you give Doug Randolph, your new crew chief?
Just good job. We got a pretty fast Guitar Hero Chevrolet here, so that's exciting to come down here after no testing, and you never know what you got. So come down here and see where you stack up, and we're pretty good. So these guys just picked right up where they left off on their restrictor plate racing all last year.
And I know you're pretty excited too about your sponsor because it's a product that you like to spend a lot of time with.
Yeah, we stayed up the last couple nights pretty late. When we got here to the racetrack, we had a box in our motorhome there with a brand new Guitar Hero World Tour. So we rocked out for a couple nights and haven't got much sleep, but to do this here, make a couple laps, single car runs, you don't need a whole lot of sleep.
Now, can Hammond and McReynolds come over and play with you maybe Sunday night after Bud Pole or Coors Pole qualifying?
Usually those guys are always giving them a hard time about how old they are, so I might as well join in, and I don't know if they're young enough to play Guitar Hero.
Whoa! Well, guys,
challenge.
You have an invite as long as you're there.
No, Matt, that is not an invite. That's a challenge.
Hey, Matt, Hammond can play Guitar Hero as long as it's Merle Haggard.
Well, this is the thing, Steve. Eric also did say that he has an early bird special for the guys in the booth. They want to come by from 4 to 6.
2 things. Close Eric's window net and close Matt's mic.
Amen. I like that.
Another one of our changes for 2009. You see Bobby Labonte in the 96 car.
Crew chief by Todd Parrott. Right now, not surprised, Bobby Labonte, 4th quickest. I want to go back and add one thing about the spotters. NASCAR mandates, if race cars are on the racetrack, you have to have a spotter in the spotter stand. Let me tell you one other role they can play today. Is we watch these cars with the carburetor restrictor plate, we know the fastest lap is going to be on the 2nd lap. And they're probably going to run the shortest distance around this 2.5-mile racetrack right around the bottom. What these spotters can give drivers and crew chiefs information, for example, right now, I'm sure what a lot of the guys in the garage here ask the spotters, where did Bill Elliott run on the racetrack his first lap? Did he run up at the top of the track? Did he run at the bottom? Because it's like a corkscrew. And the more you go with this carburetor restrictor plate, the further you go, the faster you run. That's the reason the fastest lap, the money lap, will always be lap 2.
You know, Larry, you mentioned Bill Elliott. I think it bears repeating. He has the track record here, 210.364 miles per hour.
2010?
2010.
Compared to being the fastest right now at 187.5 miles per hour. That's faster than I want to go right there.
We'll be right back to Daytona.
The biggest race of the year demands the biggest street race party in NASCAR. February 15th, be there as speed gets you fired up for the 51st running of the Daytona 500.
It is the ultimate race to win.
Don't you leave your seat.
NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live coverage begins February 15th, 11 Eastern. And celebrate with us at 8 p.m. Eastern in NASCAR Victory Lane. NASCAR on speed. Be there.
The legendary Carroll Shelby.
I'm standing here next to one of our 700 horsepower Super Snakes. It has Z-Max in it. Everything we build has Z-Max in it. Every vehicle I own has Z-Max in it. Z-Max is the only lubricant that penetrates the metal. We use Z-Max because it improves the fuel mileage. If that wasn't so, I wouldn't be standing here telling you that.
Are you one?
Have you ever had an idea for a product or invention and didn't know who to tell or where to go because you didn't know who you could trust? Well, the answer is simple. Call InventHelp, because we've been helping people like you for over 20 years. We're America's leading invention company with over 50 offices nationwide. It's not easy deciding what to do, but InventHelp's priority is you. First, you need to call. The call is free, there's no obligation, so stop waiting and call today.
Put it there, I just got free HD.
Sorry?
Yeah, new Comcast HD triple play. Really excited about it. So faster internet, unlimited calling, and the most HD. Anytime I want.
Really?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. You off? Okay. Hey.
Get triple excited.
Free HD. Just got it.
The most HD with no fees, faster internet, unlimited calling. The new Comcast HD Triple Play is here.
Virtual Brick Program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at NASCARHall.com/brick.
33 of 57 drivers have been on the high banks here at Daytona International. Bill Elliott's still the fastest, 187.473 miles per hour. You see the 21 atop the leaderboard. Just behind him, 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dick Berggren is with him.
Indeed. Junior, you all done? You going to work on the car some more? How you doing?
We got another practice, and we're going to make some runs in it. The car was scraping the ground a little bit, and got to look at how we can, what's the right way to get the car up off the ground. That's probably knocking a little bit of time out of it. But it runs great, and the motor is unbelievable. As usual, the engine job does a great job making a lot of power. I was really happy with that. And the guys at the shop did a real good job working on how the car rolls, taking all the drag out of the drive line, you know, the bearings and the wheel bearings and the drive shaft balance and all that stuff. The car's real quick and accelerating, and a lot of that has to do with not only the power, but how they work the drag out of the drive line throughout the off season. So the car's, my Daytona 500 car looks pretty good so far.
Good for you. Thank you. Matty?
Over in the 9 garage with Casey Kane looking over his Budweiser machine. And Casey, we're just looking over your brand new seat for 2009. You've gone to the Hendrick carbon fiber seat. So how's it working out so far?
Well, it was good yesterday. It's just, everything's just the exact same. They put a lot of time into it to build a seat that was comfortable for me. And I think Mark Martin's also using it. It's a little different than the other ones. But my LaJoys have been great in the past. All my open wheel guys use them. And but we're going to try this carbon seat a little bit here, and so far so good. They can see the inserts, so the head, and every time you get in, it's the exact same. The Schroth belts are always the same. Everything about it. So it's a nice piece.
So looking at your car from last night, looking ahead to the week, excited about Speed Weeks 2009?
Yeah, I am. They fixed the right side of it. I crushed it yesterday, so these guys have been working a little bit harder than they probably needed to, but. They fixed it. Car looks good. It drove good yesterday. The engines are running well. We just we need to keep working on it. Be good to go. It's a fun race tonight. Just kind of all out and have a good time.
So we would be remiss if we didn't get an update on how is the Casey Kane open wheel program doing out of the dirt track this week.
They were great the first 3 nights, and last night I think they were off just a little bit, like 13th and 14th. We got 2 cars now. Joey Saldana and then Craig Delansky. We added that one this year, and it was off a little last night from what I've understood. I didn't go out there. I had a deal with Dirks Bentley, a Bud deal last night, and Dirks played 5 songs, and we had a good time afterwards. So it was a fun night.
All right, thanks, Kate.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. We just saw the 00 of David Rudiman. Joe Nemechek, one of the teams that Larry referenced, who's an independent team. This year we have 15 entries that are single-car teams compared to 8 from a year ago.
And right now, Joe Nemechek is planning to run the entire schedule. Right now they have cars ready for California in a couple of weeks, for Las Vegas. Felipe Lopez is the crew chief over there. They brought Derek Finley, who's worked for Bill Davis Racing, DEI. He's over there helping this effort. Biggest thing, like Joe told me, I need to put something on this hood and on these quarter panels. And right now, he's 15th quickest out of the 36 cars that's actually made a practice run here. That's a good
run right there. I mean, and it's going to be really tight. As far as what I can tell right now, it looks like it's going to be pretty tight with these guys who are trying to get in there and get them a good, solid, fast lap, so they got a little insurance in case they don't race their way in during the next week's duel here on Speed.
Well, Jeff, there's a guy that hated to see last year come to an end. Jamie McMurray had 3 straight finishes of 3rd at the end of the season, 5 of the last 6 races in the top 5.
And interesting enough to me is that, you know, Larry Carter was his crew chief.
Pretty dirty.
He is telling Donnie Wingo, his new old crew chief, that the car's a little bit on the darty side, and you know, feels kind of like it has a little more work done to it. But again, this guy here, I think, is where everybody's looking at to do something this year. I think there's a lot of pressure on this 26 team, as well as this driver, to pick up where they left off and to get back to victory lane. I mean, I think they've got to make it happen.
And with that thing being a little darty, obviously you're trying to get that thing to roll as straight as possible. Could just be a slight toe out adjustment, just a little adjustment.
Bull Run is back, and it's only on speed. 12 teams compete for $200 grand in prizes, and I got 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. Bull Run premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
Many half-ton V8s get around the same miles per gallon, but ours puts out 30 more horsepower. Hello, beautiful. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Takes just 3 years for many half-tons to burn through this much tranny fluid. Ours lasts longer, so you go through a whole lot less. Looks like you got some time to kill. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
Valentine's Day and chocolate go together. When they want that big heart box of chocolate. If I don't bring home the chocolate, you're in the doghouse. I gotta give her the chocolate.
Don't give her just any chocolates, give her Russell Stover chocolates with the famous Russell Stover bow.
Why let heartburn stop you when you can stop heartburn? Just one Zantac with a cool mint sensation can knock it out all day or all night for strong, lasting relief. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Protect your engine, improve performance, and increase mileage with buy one, get one free deals on Valvoline Fuel Injector Cleaner. Whatever you're working on, Advance Auto Parts will help you keep the wheels turning.
NASCAR was born, and they came to race. You remember their names and every winning moment. Now it's time to capture your favorite NASCAR memories. Introducing the NASCAR Hall of Fame Commemorative Brick Program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at NASCARHall.com/brick or call 1-888-NHF-BRKS. The NASCAR Hall of Fame, building memories one brick at a time.
Speed is dueling in Daytona. Thursday, the most exciting qualifying event in NASCAR is only on Speed, the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Be there for the two races that set the field for the Daytona 500. 2 Eastern, Thursday on Speed.
You know, we talked at the top of the show about a lot of teams anticipating today and tomorrow, but Thursday is the day they are anticipating because we know when all the smoke cleared after those two 150-mile races, there'll be 43 cars in the garage area, and there'll be a number of cars loading up more to the house.
You said smoke. Guess who's on the racetrack?
Smoke.
How about that?
Tony Stewart.
Timing is everything, isn't it, Larry?
It is.
Yep, 14 cars, 14 teams, I should say, will not make this Daytona 500, the 51st Great American Race.
Unbelievable what this young man has done here. You know, Tony Stewart said he never thought he'd be in the position he's in right now, but as an owner, all eyes are watching, because to me the last successful owner-driver was Alan Kulwicki, and he was able to win a championship. He won races, had a very successful operation, and I think, you know, if you were to ask Tony that, he would like to wind up being like that. He'd like to have that kind of respect and that kind of success. So it'd be interesting to see here as he completed lap number 1. He was 35th quickest on the board, and pretty decent first lap. He picks up about a half a second right there. He'll be right up here, it looks like, maybe knocking on the top 10.
Steve, you love nuggets. I have a nugget for you.
Whip it on.
Tony is actually the most recent Sprint Cup Series champion, not named Jimmy Johnson. It's a
nugget. Did you work on that after NASCAR
I
performance?
worked on that half the night.
Steve, he didn't quite make it to the top 10.
But you know what? It's hard to believe.
No.
It's hard to believe that he's the last guy to win a championship aside from Jimmy Johnson in the 48 team.
No, it ain't, because Jimmy's won the last 3.
Last 3.
But Tony does wind up being 13th quickest. Pretty good little effort right there. First time on the racetrack. I think as an owner, he should be pretty happy. And as a driver, he should be ecstatic.
Jeff, we talked about this in preseason Thunder, but I think there are some reasonable expectations, high expectations for that race team. They've got all the resources available to them from Hendrick Motorsports, and you got 2 wheel men in those race cars. Why not?
One thing that you got to understand, and it's the same no matter whether you're talking about Tony Stewart or you're talking about, you know, the Roush Fenway group, is the chemistry. You can put all the right people in all the right places, and it can look like it on paper it should be successful. But the people, we got to keep going back to that. This thing is a team sport, and if the team is not working together, if the driver and the crew chief and the engineers and the car chief are not communicating, they'll never make it to what their expectations are. A lot of people's expectations are. They've got to have chemistry. They've got to work together. They've got to become a team. This is a great opportunity. They're here for 2 weeks to make that happen. And, you know, if they can, it will show out and prove out. But we still got a long ways to go. And I think really the real tests are going to come after we leave Daytona. We were watching Boris said, a guy that I love to pull for because he's such a tenacious racer. He loves to come to Daytona and challenge these guys. He really is an all-star as far as Grand Am racing, and he races all around the world. And it's great to see Boris back here. And basically, I guess what kind of turns out to be one of those independent Ford teams that's got a lot of support from Yates Racing as well as Roush Fenway.
Right now, Boris is 35th quickest out of the 44 cars that's been on the racetrack.
Bill Elliott, still the quickest, part of the fan zone.
Hey, can I go down there?
You can.
I want to try to do that.
Hurry.
Get fired up. NASCAR's back. Speed brings you the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD. Oh, yeah. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Heard about the problems we've been having?
Nope.
3G dead zones all over. Internet slow here, non-existent here. Trent, show them where we've been losing emails.
Here.
We have Verizon.
You've got 3G there.
Oh.
For coverage where you need it, get America's largest and most reliable 3G network, Verizon Wireless. And now get the Storm, the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
It's the first race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
If you're
I may be in my pajamas right now, but I'm not going to bed. I'm going to college online to get a degree. Education Connection will connect you to the right online college for free. And log on now, and Education Connection will send you their free success kit stuffed with information on online schools, scholarships, even degrees that take the least amount of time. This is a $100 value, and it's yours, free.
Log on now to 55edconnect.com. That's 55edconnect.com.
This is an intervention. We need to get you off the DirecTV.
Your friends see it, your family sees it. I've only known you 20 seconds and I see it. You're not getting enough HD.
Okay. That's DirecTV
and that's Comcast. Comcast has more HD whenever you want it. I mean, look at all it. My arm is getting tired from just. Are you ready to embrace more HD? Yeah.
Team hug.
I'm so proud of you.
Team hug. Feels good, huh?
Affordable ticket package still available to experience the thrill of NASCAR at Las Vegas. Experience the unique combination of racing action and entertainment only Las Vegas Motor Speedway can provide. For more information, visit lvms.com or call 1-800-644-4444 and join us at the Speed Stage in 2009 at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 44 minutes into this 2-hour practice, we go into the garage and Matt Yoakum.
Well, Steve, Jack Roush just walked by. He was all smiles. Jimmy McMurray's in a great mood. And you've got to be in a great mood for a number of reasons. But number one, you've got Donnie Wingo back as your crew chief, your coach, on top of the pit box for the races this year.
Yeah, and it's really hard to explain to people when you feel comfortable. And you always hear, like, Darrell Waltrip and everybody talk about having chemistry. And I don't really think chemistry is something you make. I think that when you first meet and you work together, it's either there or it isn't. And Donnie has always kind of been the standard that I've based the 15 other crew chiefs I've had since then at Roush on, and it's just really comforting having him back. And I don't know, it's hard to explain to people the way you feel.
With the layoff and the testing rules for 2009, a lot of people look for different avenues to stay in shape as far as driving. What did you do?
I went and raced my go-kart. And I did pretty well in Vegas. Went to the SCUSA Super Nationals, and I didn't race like the pro class, but I did race a shifter class and had like a 15-year-old kid show me up. He ended up beating me, but I had a lot of fun. And then I came back down here to Daytona and ran horrible. Probably had the best pit crew. I had a guy named Gary Carlton and another guy named DJ helping me, and Gary is like one of the best karters in America. So I thought I brought a loaded gun, but I ran horrible. But we had a great time, and got to come down here with my dad. That NASCAR.com did this really cool article about my dad and I doing that. So without the testing, I had a great winter. I mean, really laid back and went and raced my go-kart because it's fun, first off, but also to kind of stay in shape. And I do a fair amount of training, but you can only ride a bike so much, or run, or lift weights. You can only do so much of that. And to get back in the go-kart and actually drive that's the ultimate.
Well, the car's up on scales. They're putting sticker tires, brand new tires in the car. They've already trimmed the side skirts on this 26 machine.
Thank you, Mac. Former Daytona 500 champion Kevin Harvick on the racetrack. He won in 2007, and we saw Scott Riggs of the 36 just a moment ago. Great story there. Riggs teaming with former Daytona 500 winning crew chief Tommy Baldwin, another one of those independent teams we talked about as they try to make the Daytona 500.
Well, that was a pretty sporty lap that Scott Riggs laid down for Tommy Baldwin as we watched Kevin Harvick in his 29 car. Right now, Riggs is 13th quickest, and once again, and we are biased in this booth, but you know what? I'm pulling for Tommy Baldwin because you know what? That's a race team that's 1 month old. Tommy and Beth Baldwin, they've poured everything they have into that race team, and here they are. It's just practice, 13th quickest. Our sport, obviously, like all businesses across America, it's been hit by the economic times we're going through. It's people like Tommy Baldwin, the passion that he has, that's going to keep this sport up at the top.
Interesting, Tommy said in the offseason, people will look at where we are economically as a challenge. He sees it as an opportunity.
Absolutely.
It's all a perception and a willingness to take a gamble. I mean, it's not something that's going to just happen overnight. A lot of hard work's going to have to go into it, but it's off to at least to a good start. Speaking of good starts, I don't think Kevin Harvick's going to be totally in love with that. He's wound up being 20th quickest after making his first effort on the racetrack in that number 29 car of Richard Childers Racing. Here's another guy that's trying to make a go at it, Tony Raines.
And one other note, too, about Tommy Baldwin. Of course, he won the Daytona 500 with Ward Burton in 2002. And his driver, Scott Riggs, a guy that's got a lot of talent, feels like he's been kicked to the curb, so there's a lot to pull for with that race team as Raines in the 37 heads down onto the apron. Well, 51 of our 57 competitors have been on the racetrack here in the opening practice for the Daytona 500.
I'm taking 12 teams on a little road trip. Bull Run is back, and it's only on speed. These teams compete for 200 grand in prizes, and I got 10 days and over 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. These cars will go grill to grill across the entire Southwest. Bull Run, one hell of a ride. Premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
At their basic price, the phone company gives you unlimited calls locally. At $24.99, Vonage gives you unlimited calls nationally. All of Canada and Puerto Rico, plus free calls to 5 countries in Europe, and pennies a minute around the globe, including Mexico. Vonage works by connecting your high-speed internet with your phone. Get more of the world, just $24.99 a month. Call 877-4VONAGE and get your first month free.
Hi, I'm John. 8. That's how many credit cards the average person has in their wallet. It's so easy to get into trouble with debt. Call Consolidated Credit. They'll get the credit card companies to reduce or eliminate your interest. They're the freedom people.
Only Consolidated Credit has the Freedom Quest program. Call 1-866-397-7836. 397-7836.
Consolidated Credit. When credit card debt is the problem, they're the solution.
Putting on a show is always fun.
What are you looking at?
Done things like The Simpsons and Letterman. I came up with this idea to do Little Bush. People were ready for something new. It was a little edgy. People like me who come up with crazy ideas for a living, no one would ever see them if it wasn't for people like Comcast.
If you're part of the Comcast team, you're essentially part of our team.
This is your chance to get into show business. And you don't have to wear makeup and stuff and tights and dance around.
They make it, we bring it.
Comcast is hiring. Be part of the team that brings entertainment and information into millions of homes and businesses.
NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Daytona is brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Call more people, use 0 minutes, only on America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family, Verizon Wireless. By Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. And by Toyota. For the latest racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward.
Kyle Busch in the 18 car. This has been his second run, and it actually, I believe it is his fastest that he's been. 48.28, he's 11th quickest. You know, one other thing about, you mentioned the single car teams that are here and the teams that's just been put together. What this is also a product of is this new car that we're racing now. Back in the day, before this new car, you know what, Tommy Baldwin, Jeremy Mayfield, all these guys that put teams together, they couldn't go to another race team and buy a car that was going to be able to compete with the Jimmy Johnsons and the 48 car. But because this car, it has no gray area in it, you know what? You can go buy a car from Hendrick, and you pretty much know, body-wise, it's probably not that bad off of what these guys actually have here. This car has really helped the situation with the single-car teams, at least as far as being able to bring a car here to Daytona and be competitive.
Let's go to Dick Berggren.
With Tony Stewart, with not just a brand new car, but also a brand new team. Even the toolbox is new. Smoke, how's the thing going for you?
So far, we're real happy. You know, everybody on this Office Depot Old Spice team has worked really hard just to get here. So really proud of these guys. Ryan was, I think, 6th when I came in, and we were 13th on the board. So really, really proud of our guys and the U.S. Army guys over there for Ryan too.
Bunch of people underneath your race car right now changing the exhaust system. What's going on?
Just drug it a little bit on the racetrack. So. They're going to go to a different pipe, and hopefully it'll clearance it enough to where we don't have to worry about hitting it on the racetrack.
As good as you're running, had you expected this to come down here and be, well, about the top third?
I'll be honest, I didn't expect anything. I mean, I just have kept my mind open to whatever happens, and where we're at's where we're at. So when I saw Ryan go out, and at the time that he made his run and he popped up 5th on the board, I was beating on the steering wheel. I was pretty happy about that. It's like a proud papa right now. So just really happy. I mean, these guys have all worked so hard. And it's the first time that I've ever been in a shop during the off season. Normally we're off, resting and relaxing somewhere. But been there just about every day with these guys, and to see where they came from and how far they've gotten in such a short amount of time. I'm really proud of this group.
Steve, when Tony got out of the car and just looked around at the crew, Bobby Hutchins and Darian Grubb, his crew chief, the smiles were everywhere. This is a happy place to be right now.
Well, Dick, it's pretty impressive to come down to the Daytona 500 and be fast right out of the box. I don't care how talented you are as a driver. Jeff or Larry are as talented as your mechanics, your engineers, and all of that is. It's still impressive.
When you talk about that, I had been in that situation one time before whenever Darrell Waltrip decided to start his own race team back in '91. And we went through some of the same things that these guys are going through as far as putting the car together, making decisions, working really hard during the offseason. And I know how, I guess you might say, the smiles are there for joy, but also sighs of relief, or smiles of relief, Steve, because you don't want to come down here and have all the hype and all the attention that's been given to you kind of like disappoint. And I think being able to be successful off the truck, I mean, that's what I was talking about at the beginning of the program. Who did their homework? We're starting to see that. Guys like the Wood brothers with Bill Elliott, Martin Truex Jr., Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman. These guys are doing their homework, and it's showing.
And we're looking at another one of those single-car teams, Kirk Shelmerdine in his 27 car. Now, Kurt made the Daytona 500 back in 2006 and actually finished 20th. Now, even though Kurt over the last several years has been pursuing a driving career, I think something especially a lot of our new fans don't realize, so many of the wins and championships that Dale Earnhardt Sr. had, including a lot of wins here at Daytona, the man that was guiding the ship from a crew chief's position was Kirk Shelmerdine.
I was going to say, you guys, both of you matched wits with him atop the pit box for many years in many races.
And I'm going to tell you what, though, Kurt, a lot like Hammond, he wrote a lot of the rules in the rule book.
Thanks, Larry.
All I did was obey him.
It's still the fastest.
race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Whatever steps you're taking to impress your partner, don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, take a spin around Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time to take the lead. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
After years of research and proven results on the racetrack, Z-Max Micro Lubricant made its way to the professional mechanic. Today, it's the only micro lubricant product available to everyone. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is used with your favorite motor oil. It soaks into metal, resulting in better fuel mileage, smoother engine performance, and extended engine life. Z-Max, 60 years of reliable, proven performance. To purchase, go to zmax.com or get it today at these fine retailers.
Speed brings you the Gatorade Tuna Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Now that's an interesting ticket right there. Fans high atop the garage looking down on their favorite teams and drivers, and beautiful weather here at the Daytona International Speedway. We are under caution nearly 57 minutes into this 2-hour practice.
I think it's awesome what so many of these racetracks are doing for our fans. You know, you have the fan area here at Daytona International Speedway, out at Kansas, Chicago Motor Speedway. They have where the fans can work between watching the two garage areas.
Vegas.
I mean, just look right there. There's windows that they can actually take pictures, and right
Dick,
below
turn
that
around and
window,
smile. Wait a minute,
Dick.
smile. Turn around, Dick.
Sign some autographs.
See, they're waving back.
But right below that window, there's actually some little trap doors. They can hand the drivers, sign some autographs, Dick.
Yeah.
And you can actually sign autographs.
It's fan-friendly. Hey, what about Denny Hamlin on our trackside last night? He's going to give 4 tickets on his website, dennyhamlin.com, to every single race, but you have to send, you see Denny's car there, go online and send him a reason why you need the tickets.
I think
4 tickets to every race.
I think it's great. And like he said, obviously if you can't make it to the Daytona 500, well, you can look down the schedule and say, hey, I want to go to Richmond, or I'd like to go to Pocono, and you can go ahead and put your entries in early for the tickets that you'd like to win.
And I like what he said. I want to see a story. Tell me a story.
That's it.
Well, you documented this yesterday, Steve, and our Jeff Hammond said this earlier in the year. This is a year about taking care of our fans. That's what we all have to do. You know what? It's what the racetracks are doing. We talked to Robin Bragg, president of Daytona. They continue to drop ticket prices across the board everywhere at all the racetracks. There's not a major league sport that does things for fans like the promoters of our racetracks. You have free parking at a lot of areas of the racetracks. You can't go to an NFL football game and carry a cooler with your food and your drink in there. I'm telling you, the racetracks are trying diligently to help our fans, and that's what we have to do.
Steve, I mean, the bottom line is we didn't build this. They did. I mean, they gave us an opportunity to get it to where it is, but, you know, without the fans, we wouldn't be the sport we are today.
So Carl Edwards in the garage area. His teammate Greg Biffle from Roush Fenway Racing out on the racetrack. The only drivers who have yet to get on the track, Carl Long, Kelly Byer, Norm Benning, James Harvey Hilton, and Jeffrey Bodine.
Good to see Jeffrey back at the racetrack. Guys, I think you were talking, y'all were probably talking about this last night during the practice session, but I really like the new look of the Ford Fusion, the new decal package they got on the front of these cars. I really think it makes that car look a lot more like the passenger car that we're seeing riding around town today.
And I think one thing we need to talk about, and we talked about this a little bit on those 2 Budweiser shootout practices yesterday, the Ford and the Dodges, they actually have a new nose this year that NASCAR has approved. Just little subtle differences that just give them a little better aerodynamics. Right now, we actually have 2 Fords in the top 5, 3 in the top 10. But Jeff and I were looking through our scoring monitor a while ago, also talking about the Dodgers, a lot like a year ago. When we looked at practice before qualifying, when we looked at qualifying, there were no Dodges to be found even remotely near the top. And right now, we only have about 3 Dodges in the top 30 in this practice session. But those cars seem to be good in race trim, just like this car right here, Kurt Busch in the 2. Remember, his teammate Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500. Kurt finished 2nd. So I would got to believe that that's what they're banking on, Jeff, is once again they're going to have good race cars. Maybe not fast cars for qualifying, but good race cars.
And, you know, qualifying is very important, but when you know you're in the race, what's important after that? The race itself.
And we should point out, a year ago, Kurt Busch started 43rd in the Daytona 500 and finished 2nd.
And I think he started at the back of the pack in the July race in a backup car and ended up finishing in the top 5 as well.
There's a new combination. You may see a lot of this going on during the course of this year. Max Jones, basically general manager over at Yates Racing, talking to his new driver right there, Bobby Labonte, in the Ask.com car.
I talked to Max Jones yesterday, who is, you know, certainly partnered up with Doug Yates.
Yep.
And I said, Max, perseverance paid off, didn't it? Because if you remember last year, both of their race cars, they were not fully sponsored all year long. It was hit and miss. This year, the 98 car, Paul Menard with Menards on it, and then the 96 car, Bobby Labonte, who also is partnered with Hall of Fame Racing. They have the Ask.com on there, so you could see a smile on Max's face yesterday.
Oh, definitely so. We're taking a look here at another independent car not sponsored this year, Mike Wallace. And to me, Larry, if there's a guy that can get the job done in the draft here at Daytona, Mike Wallace is definitely one of the best racers out there when it comes to draft. He may not be that fast, but you're going to have to watch out for that car when they drop the green flag on Thursday for one of the duels.
Dick Berggren done signing autographs, so go back to him in the garage.
Okay. For Jimmy Johnson, this is Jimmy Johnson, right? I mean, you don't look like Jimmy Johnson.
I know it. It's amazing what some facial hair will do to everybody. It freaked everybody out. So I like that I have everybody asking questions.
I wonder if you could give me some tips, because I've got some problems, not on my chin, but elsewhere. Let's talk about the car a little bit. You got a guy down there grinding away. They just put a new chip in your ignition system, so you're going to turn more or less RPM. Mechanics all over it. But gosh, Jimmy, you're fast.
We are fast, and the surprising thing about this is that's Canal Center there with the grinder.
Chad, you let him operate.
Wait, get a camera right there. I want to see this.
You can
get
see
a camera.
everybody looking with concern, and look at all the faces down there. If you can zoom in on them, everybody's like, "What in the world is he doing?" But we're having fun. The car has a lot of speed in it. You know, we tried some things there that slowed it down. So it's kind of that normal deal here at Daytona. What you show up with is what you have, and you know, see what we got. That front row would be nice, and I think track position is going to be very, very important come 500.
You look like a man who's having fun.
I am having fun. I had a lot of fun over the offseason, too. I'm glad the season is here with some structure, and we can get back to work getting these race cars. I had a new paint scheme with the Slows and Ball. It looks really good. We're going to have the Cobalt paint scheme a lot on the car as well this year, so it should be a fun year all around.
Good to see you again.
See you. Take care.
Well, there's the fastest driver on this Daytona International Speedway, Bill Elliott, a 2-time winner of the Daytona 500. His wins coming in 1985 and 1987. 9 top 5 finishes for the man from Dawsonville, Georgia.
Well, he stepped it up just a little bit more. He becomes the first car to run in the 47-second bracket, 47.96. And that's kicking up close to, let's see, I'm trying to look at the miles per hour.
Hey, that's awesome, Bill. Sorry about that, guys.
Hammond's on time.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
February 15th, get fired up for the Daytona 500.
of your seat.
It all starts with NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. February 15th, 11 Eastern. NASCAR on speed. Be there.
A cast iron V8 block makes your truck weigh more. You want the aluminum one that lets you tow more. That's having your cake and eating it too. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Most half-ton exhaust manifolds are built the old-fashioned way. You ask for headers born from racing and built for power. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
Hey guys, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner. I hope you're not thinking about giving her the same old, same old. Don't panic. Here are 3 words you need to remember. Vermont Teddy Bear. Picture this. You beargram her at home or the office with one of the many love bears, and when it arrives, well, you can almost hear it now.
He is so adorable. So much bigger than I thought.
I know. Oh, I sent you this love bandit to steal your heart because you've stolen mine.
Where can I get a guy like that?
Guys, if you want a great response to your Valentine's Day gift, call now or do it online at VermontTeddyBear.com. Come on, guys, for about the price of a dozen roses, a Vermont teddy bear keeps giving and giving. They're handmade in Vermont and guaranteed for life. You could even have a bear personalized with her name. Order now. Overnight and Valentine's Day delivery is absolutely guaranteed. It's a sure thing.
Let there be goosebumps. Let there be goosebumps and pre-race jitters and fingernails bitten down to the nub. Let there be underdogs and alpha dogs. Let there be real-life action heroes, non-stop chase scenes, and bragging rights that change hands with every lap. Let there be simmering rivalries and burning rubber. And let there be just enough goosebumps to tide us over until the next green flag drops.
Friday, the sparks will fly as the Camping World Truck Series returns to speed as we continue with Daytona 500 practice. See Jeff Burton on the racetrack, and Friday, 7:30 Eastern, the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series under the lights.
Jeff Burton last night in that final Budweiser shootout practice, he had his hands full down in turn 3 and 4 as the engine let go on that shootout car. They're having to change the engine, so he'll have to go to the rear of the field. He was starting 23rd anyhow, so it's not like he's going way back from where he was going to start. But kind of an anxious moment as he was right in the middle of a big pack of cars when that engine let go.
Everybody did a really good job, and Mr. Burton looks like he found a little bit of speed, Larry. Moved up to 26th quickest with a 40.
Picked up a little bit, around a 50 there.
Yeah, 48.50. Listen to Scott Miller, his crew chief.
Let's go back to the garage, guys, with Dick Berggren.
And I'm with Greg Biffle. Just watching what's going on, watching the TV monitors, Greg, there's a lot of bouncing around. Is the racetrack rougher this year than it was, or is it just me?
I think that we're trying different stuff. You know, we figured out that the more consistent we hold the splitter off the ground, the faster it'll go. So we want to get it in an optimum area. Doing that means, you know, we got to make a solid stop for it to sit on, you know, to keep it that height off the track all the way around, so then it becomes real rough, you know, no suspension. So the track is bumpy, and it's bumpy up top, bumpy in the bottom. But there we are, right, and we got the 16 3 and 4 Fusion right in the middle of the pack like we always do here. Just ironic, you know, that we're right dead in the middle, but I think we're going to have a good car.
With the car all bottomed out like that, how hard is it to hang on to it?
It's pretty hard. You don't want to do that for 500 miles, but for a few miles, it's not bad.
Mr. Car Control, he'll be fine. I don't know about the rest of them, but he'll be okay.
Well, Dick, he was the pole sitter, in fact, for the 2004 Daytona 500. Got his very first Cup Series win here, the July race of 2003, as you saw Ryan Newman debriefing with his team. And there's Mark Martin. What a great story this 2009 season could hold for a guy who's finished second in the points 4 times, with Hendrick Motorsports now full-time after 2 part-time seasons.
Right now, he's pretty sporty in this practice session. This is his second run, and he is 7th quickest, which we actually have 3 of the 4 Hendrick cars in the top 7. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 2nd, Jimmy Johnson 6th, Mark Martin is 7th, and Jeff Gordon is 16th. Jeff has only made 2 runs so far in his practice session. He was the first car out when the track opened for practice, Jeff Gordon.
And Mark almost got that first and elusive Daytona 500 victory 2 years ago in that great last lap battle.
Yeah, he lost it to Kevin Harvick, but I guarantee you there's probably not a night that doesn't go by that when he closes his eyes, I coulda, and I shoulda, and I didn't.
But in typical Mark Martin fashion, he said, I did everything I could do.
Exactly, and you never heard no moaning and groaning out of him. Right now he's going to stay 6th quickest in this 5-car. Mark running the full schedule for the first time in several years.
But do not
talk about championship
until there's 4 races to go. That's the rule. Well, we saw Ryan Newman a moment ago. He's with Matt.
Climbed out of that race car. He started talking to Jay Guarneri, who was working under the hood. He talked to Bobby Hutchins. So what type of debrief were you telling the guys about your laps on the racetrack?
The car feels really good. The U.S. Army Chevrolet feels good, and just giving them the feedback of what I felt, and things that are bothering just a little bit, things like that. So really just giving them a lot of numbers, feedback, reading the gauges, and they make the adjustments.
I don't know anybody who's more excited about getting down to Daytona. Yesterday, you're on top of the hauler watching the Budweiser shootout practice. Today, you're finally on the racetrack. Can you put into words really what it means, this whole organization, and how it's all come together?
I think Tony Stewart and the guys at Stewart House have done a great job. Bobby Hutchins, Tony Gibson, Darian Grubb, all the people back at the office doing their work. Really excited about this year and driving the U.S. Army Chevrolet.
And we had to laugh because over the winter, when Tony Stewart was talking to Roger Penske, they were laughing about the fact that he went out and hired the guy who won last year just as a backup.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can replay last year just a little bit, the last lap just a little bit, and manipulate it a little bit this year and see what happens. But I just I'm really excited about this year and having Haas Automation on the car as well, and just have a lot of fun. That's what we're here for.
And when you talk a lot about guys looking at the Army paint scheme, the camo on the sides, attention to detail is so present even on the seat. The outside of the seat has a camo paint scheme as well.
Details.
You can't see me.
But that's what makes a difference at Daytona. You know, it's not the big things anymore because everyone's bodies are so close, the horsepower is so close. A lot of people doing a lot of the same things chassis-wise, like Greg Biffle was talking about. It's those little bitty details that will be the difference between running maybe a 4850 to a 4796 that Bill Elliott's running.
You like to say it, Steve. The difference could be a simple wax job.
Wipe the dust off the hood.
Exactly. Get it as smooth as possible.
Eric Almirola, 12th overall, and fans getting some autographs. Where's Dick?
Probably in the middle of it.
Bull Run is back, and it's only on speed. 12 teams compete for $200 grand in prizes, and I got 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. Bull Run premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
Hey, Lonnie. What's with the chimps? They're grease monkeys. I love them. Yeah. I bought a case of Castrol Edge and they just showed up. Made me their king. Wow. It's a new advanced synthetic. Nothing beats it in wear protection, not even Mobile One. Strange days. Strange days indeed.
New Castrol Edge with 8 times better wear protection than Mobile One 5W30. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Are you...
What you're about to see will change the way you look at weather. Presenting the revolutionary Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Many traditional wipers have 6 pressure points that can create uneven pressure and cause streaking. Rain-X Latitude blades contour to hug the windshield for greater visibility and virtually no streaking. So it's like weather never happened. Get ultimate visibility with Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Rain-X, outsmart the elements.
Guess what, big companies? This small business just got internet with Microsoft Communication Services, only from Comcast. Now these productivity titans can share documents, back up files, and update calendars just like you. Now they've got your tools, and they're coming for your customers next. Booyah. Comcast Business Class. Turn your office on.
Call now to get Comcast Business Class Internet and TV for $59.95 a month.
Brick program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at nascarhall.com/brick.
Jeff Hammond taking a momentary respite. Lake Lloyd, the infield here, Daytona International Speedway. He'll be back with us momentarily.
I'd say that lake water's still a bit cool.
Yeah, but the forecast looks awesome.
The forecast is unbelievable. And that's all you got to tell Hammond. The forecast is good.
That's right. 1 hour and 15 minutes into this 2-hour practice. Joey Logano, the 18-year-old in the 20 car.
Now this will be the first car to do a third run in this practice session. It's about an hour and 15 minutes into it. We still have 45 minutes. It's actually been, Jeff, a lot calmer than I anticipated. But I would say we get down to about 10 minutes to go. That's when everybody will be running around like their hair's on fire.
Especially the guys, Larry, excuse me, I got a little bit of water in my throat down there. Water skiing, thank you.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys toward the back of the pack. I mean, even like guys like Michael Walter. Michael looks like he's struggling just a little bit. He's 41st quickest. But he and Boris said a lot of these guys are going to need that second and third run, maybe even a fourth run. So toward the end of this practice, I think there's going to be a lot more panic going on as far as those teams trying to find some speed. Now, again, you and I both know unless you've got something where it's a serious bottoming out problem, maybe the engine not running quite like it needs to, you're not going to do a whole lot of magic to pick up a half a second. You may get a couple tenths, but you're going to have a hard time picking up, a big chunk of speed like a lot of these teams are needing.
Now the 20 car, Joey Logano, we're watching here, he's the fastest Toyota. That pretty much is his fastest run of the three at a 40. What did that put him up to? 48.11. That puts him fourth quickest. And actually, Denny Hamlin, his teammate, is right behind him right now, fifth quickest. So we do have two Toyotas in the top five.
Yeah, 4 1,000ths of a second between those two race cars.
We were kind of laughing about Denny Hamlin being the senior member there at Joe Gibbs Racing, but interesting last night to hear him say that Joey Logano did go to him before practice and ask what to expect.
I'm not sure he told him exactly what to expect that he encountered last night.
No. On purpose.
But, you know, Greg Biffle, we just talked to him a while ago, and he's spot on with what he told us there. Yeah, the racetrack deteriorates, but the biggest thing that has happened in a year's time is what teams have learned at the shops, on the pull-down rigs, the 7-post machines, getting these cars down on those solid bump stops, down on solid springs. It's basically when they travel down, it's like riding on 4 welded stops. There's no spring there. It's just sitting there pulled down, which makes it run faster. Looks terrible, rides terrible, but it's faster.
Lakeland, Florida's Joe Nemechek hoping to make his 15th Daytona 500 start.
And he was able to find just a little bit over the previous run right there. He picked it up just a little bit to get that car up to 19th quickest. And again, every little bit of speed helps secure him maybe a time that may get him into the Daytona 500 if he's able to do this, as far as tomorrow's concerned, if he has trouble Thursday in the duel. We keep referring back to the duel because, to me, that is a make-or-break race for so many of these teams. And the insurance part of it comes tomorrow when they do make their qualifying attempt.
New look at, or a first look at a new car for Clinton Boyer. He was in the 07, as Jeff said earlier. Now in the 33 car, sponsored by Cheerios.
Steve, right quick, if you take a quick look right there, you see the 33, you'll see the 64 car in behind him. And that 64 car, which is being driven right now by Jeff Bodine, he is definitely getting help off of that 33 car, and it's going to affect his lap.
Now, one thing we need to explain, and we're going to try to keep this just as simple as possible. When you look at the 33 car of Clint Boyer, yes, this is a brand new race team. It is a 4th Childers team. But this car will be in the top 35 in owner points because Richard Childers and Bobby Ginn, who was part of DEI's merger from a year and a half ago, this car basically inherited the 0-1 owner points from 2008, so this car will be locked into the top 35.
I saw Clint a couple days ago.
And you are not allowed a follow-up question on that.
Don't worry. I said, Clint, are you in the 500? He goes, I think I am. I'm not sure.
He is.
But he is.
Biggest race of the year demands the biggest street race party in NASCAR. February 15th, be there as speed gets you fired up for the 51st running of the Daytona 500.
It is the ultimate race to win.
Don't you leave your seat.
NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live coverage begins February 15, 11 Eastern. And celebrate with us at 8 p.m. Eastern in NASCAR Victory Lane. NASCAR on speed. Be there.
Everybody down! What's the hold up?
Dude, don't be a hero. I'm not. I've got DirecTV, so I can set my own DVR from here. My favorite show's on tonight. You know, in case this turns into a hostage situation. That's so cool.
No cell phone.
I got it.
With DirecTV, you can easily set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
This Valentine's Day, there's only one gift guaranteed to get women to take their clothes off. A pajamagram. Spoil your wife or girlfriend and give her what she really wants. We've got all the top brands of pajamas and lingerie, over 100 styles, from comfy to sexy. A pajamagram is the perfect Valentine's gift. She'll think of you every time she puts them on. Every pajamagram is delivered in a hat box she'll love, along with a lavender sachet, a gift card, and a Do Not Disturb sign, all free. We have great bath and body gifts too, all that spa stuff women just love. Call or shop online at pajamagrams.com. It only takes minutes, but she'll think you spent weeks planning it. Overnight and Valentine's Day delivery is guaranteed, so call now or shop online at pajamagrams.com. It's a gift you'll both love.
Back at sunny Daytona, 1 hour, 22 minutes into 2-hour practice. Bill Elliott still with a fastest lap, 47.96 seconds, 187.645 miles per hour. We've got a few audio difficulties. We apologize for that. We'll take a short break and clean that up. Daytona.
Speed brings you the Gatorade Tuna Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there. Get back! NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Heard about the problems we've been having?
Nope.
3G dead zones all over. Internet slow here, non-existent here. Trent, show them where we've been losing emails.
Here.
We have Verizon.
You've got 3G there.
Oh.
For coverage where you need it, get America's largest and most reliable 3G network, Verizon Wireless. And now get the Storm, the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
Hi, may I help you?
Yes, I hear Progressive has lots of discounts on car insurance. Can I get in on that?
Are you a safe driver?
Yes.
Discount. Do you own a home?
Yes.
Discount. Are you gonna buy online?
Yes.
Discount. Isn't getting discounts great?
Yes.
There's no discount for agreeing with me.
Yeah, I got carried away.
It happens to me all the time.
Helping you save money. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Welcome to Progressive's Concierge Claims Center. You must be Mr. Garcia.
I was in a little fender bender.
We have your reservation right here. We'll assess the damage, coordinate the repairs, and call you when it's fixed. And it all comes with your policy. Here's your rental.
Can I see it again?
Taking care of everything for you. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Get up with that beat.
Gears, gravity, guts.
Side by side with no contact.
Yeah, AMA Supercross is back on Speed.
Oh, boys, he won't be denied.
World champions James Stewart and Chad Reed get vertical in Anaheim.
Here he goes.
Where the dirt and fireworks will fly.
There it is. The crowd goes crazy.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Sunday at 2:30 Eastern. Only on Speed.
The biggest race of the year demands the biggest street race party in NASCAR. February 15th. Be there as Speed gets you fired up for the 51st running of the Daytona 500.
It is the ultimate race to win.
Don't you leave your seat.
NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live coverage begins February 15th, 11 Eastern. And celebrate with us at 8 p.m. Eastern in NASCAR Victory Lane. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
To some, a woman is a work of art. To some, a car is a work of art. On Living the Low Life, hosted by Vida Guerra, they both are.
Now this is Living the Low Life.
Join us as we take you deeper than you've ever been into the culture.
Sticking together, trying to help each other out.
The lifestyle.
That's what makes a lowrider a true lowrider.
And the art of lowriding.
That's what life's all about.
Living the Low Life. Only on Speed.
Get fired up. NASCAR's back. We're dueling at Daytona. Thursday, the Gatorade Duel at Daytona is only on Speed. Two races that decide who makes the Daytona 500 and who's going home. Speed brings you the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD.
I can't wait.
NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Chad Canal, the team transporter here in the infield. Sorry for the audio problems we're experiencing. There's that 36 car that we saw. Riggs, the driver.
Well, Steve, all I can say right there, once again, this is one of those feel-good stories that we hope will have a positive background to Sunday.
Again, we've got some audio challenges. We're going to shut.
Announcing Pizza Hut's Real Deal. Buy any large pizza at menu price and get $5 off your order when you ask for the Real Deal. We've never had a deal like this.
I would totally order this.
Choose Real Taste. Pizza Hut. Now you're eating.
If I don't bring home the chocolate, we're talking trouble.
That heart-shaped box of chocolates is everything.
I don't want to find out what happens if I don't bring home chocolates.
It just shows my love.
Don't give her just any chocolates. Give her Russell Stover chocolates with the famous Russell Stover bow.
Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Will you stand in line for wilting, overpriced roses? ProFlowers has a better solution. Send her a dozen assorted roses fresh from the field right to her door for just $29.99. Or make her even happier. Send her 18 red roses plus this premium ruby red vase for only $10 more. This exclusive TV offer expires Friday, so don't wait. Go to proflowers.com. Click on the microphone in the upper right corner, enter speed in the box, or call toll-free 1-800-FRESHEST and mention TV, and you're ready to send fresh roses to her for Valentine's Day.
Maybe 2 minutes on the computer, click, 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 and you're done. So it avoids a lot of headache and a lot of hassle at the last minute. Those flowers stay fresh and beautiful a week to 2 weeks.
ProFlowers consistently delivers flowers that are good quality.
This exclusive TV offer is $30 less than standard website pricing and expires Friday. So go now to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the upper right corner, enter speed in the box, or call 1-800-FRESHEST and mention TV. Call or go online now.
NASCAR gear should feel like real NASCAR gear. Look for the official NASCAR hologram and get free stuff every time you enter your code online.
Back in business. We apologize for the audio difficulties, and yes, I know, it was some of our best work.
It was.
We let it breathe, baby. We let it breathe.
They've been telling us to let it breathe for 9 years.
Yep. There you have it. Michael Waltrip, 37th overall.
I know Michael Waltrip, and I will guarantee you that he is not showing his hand just yet. Probably will not show his hand until qualifying tomorrow. Remember, he did sit on the outside of the front row last year for the Daytona 500, and I just think
he's playing games.
There's no reason to show your cards. You show your cards, it'll make people work harder.
Michael won this race 2001 and 2003. New paint scheme for Juan Pablo Montoya. He's got Target.
Well, his teammate David Ruderman right now is 12th quickest in a 00 car. And then I look at the 3 Joe Gibbs Toyotas right now. They are 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And no, if you're looking at Juan Pablo Montoya's car, don't be surprised. It is a Chevrolet. This year they have switched from Dodge from a year ago, and they are now running Chevrolet. Speaking of Chevrolet, Smoke is back out, and he's also back in a Chevrolet. Last year driving Joe Gibbs Toyotas, but he's making another attempt here. Currently 18th quickest.
Yeah, back to those DEI Ganassi cars. Right now they are 3rd with Martin Truex Jr. Montoya is 22nd. Almirola is 11th. So those 3 cars looking pretty good right now.
Bill Elliott still with the fastest time. That's a 47.96 or 187.645 miles per hour. This practice goes to the bottom of the hour, 12:30 Eastern.
He jumps up, Tony Stewart, to 14th in this 14 car.
Regan Smith aboard the 78.
Now, this car ran the entire schedule last year. Right now, unless more sponsorship comes on board, they plan on running about a 12-race schedule. Regan, of course, the 2008 Robestas Rookie of the Year, driving for DEI in that 01 car last year.
Almost got that first win in that battle with Tony Stewart at Talladega.
That I felt so bad for that kid. I really, really did. I could see both sides of the story there. It was to me, it was a ball strike call, and you know, basically NASCAR made the call of it being a strike.
Said he went below the yellow line, and of course he would argue I got forced down there by Tony Stewart, but
There it is.
Goes to Tony.
That is going to say that was the judgment call. He was not forced down there according to NASCAR's rules. So you don't got to bound. But you guys talked about it last night. We're watching the 78 car talking about the yellow line. Now it's a double yellow line to try to get everybody's attention and let everybody know that it's a lot like driving down the highway. When you see a solid double yellow line or double yellow line like that, you don't pass. So that's an area that you're not allowed to go into anymore. And it's been that way for a while, but now they made an explanation point by making a double.
And a lot of that was due to a suggestion from our Mike Joy of NASCAR on Fox. You know, Mike said, look, we go to California and the line looks the same, but yet you can go down below the line and pass. Where at Daytona and Talladega you cannot. So he made the suggestion of a double yellow line. That's what we've got now. Boy, this has been a busy guy.
Are the simplest ones.
That's it. Just paint another yellow line. This guy has been awfully busy. I know a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers, they've not been on a racetrack since Homestead. Maybe this guy hadn't been on what you actually call a racetrack, but he's been doing a lot of racing.
He's been driving the wheels off of whatever he's been in, and most of the time it's been off-roading. The Dakar rally, as well as he went to Laughlin and ran another race out there. Actually won that one. Yeah, and finished very well in the Dakar. I mean, he was in the top 5, finished 3rd. So, yeah, Robbie Gordon has been having a very busy off season. And right now he is currently 7th. I mean, in that 7 car, he's 40th, which is now a Toyota. He's one of the other guys who made a change as far as manufacturers during the offseason.
However, tonight
he'll be back in the Dodge he was running from a year ago.
Because that's the rules. Since the Budweiser shootout is set by the manufacturer, 7 drivers from each manufacturer, you have to participate in the same type of car you drove last year.
Now, I want to ask you guys a question. Last night during the final Budweiser shootout practice, I was listening to Kurt Busch, and he told Pat Trice, my car feels really good. It feels really comfortable, but not a lot of speed right now.
We talked about that a while ago. We saw this exact same thing out of the Dodge camp 1 year ago. They didn't have the speed, but they worked very hard. Pat Trice and Roy McCauley with Ryan Newman in the 12 last year, they got those cars to driving good, and I will guarantee you no different than tonight, but the same with the dual races that will be on speed next Thursday, and then the Daytona 500 on Fox Sunday a week from tomorrow. With the guy that goes to victory lane, he will not talk about how fast his car was. He'll talk about how good his car drove all day long.
Let's go back to the garage and Dick Berggren.
Well, Steve, the teams with the $20 million sponsors, they're up at the other end of this garage area in the enclosed spots, and they've got a couple of different cars and big tractor trailers full of equipment. Jeff Bodine's here with a car that last year was driven by Dave Blaney. It's a used race car. The engine in it, well, the team is owned by Larry Gunzelman, who's had race cars for 30 years. This is the second new engine Larry Gunzelman has ever had in his whole life. Crew chief Doug Richard, he was the crew chief the very first time Dale Earnhardt won a NASCAR Big League Championship. The driver, Jeff Bodine, has seen the best and the worst of Daytona. He won the 1986 Daytona 500. And in year 2000, he endured one of the most horrific crashes ever seen at this speedway when his truck got up in the air, end over end, side over side, took all the sheet metal off, most of the roll cage, but he survived. He's back here. They're ready to go racing, and these guys want to get in the show. That's the goal. Matt?
Dick, one guy in the show but very excited about his time so far in practice is Martin Truex Jr. Top 5 on the board.
Yeah, that's not usual for us here. Usually the past few years, we've always been pretty far back, so just got to thank ECR, everybody there working on the motors. Man, that thing will run, I'll tell you. Real proud of them. Excited about the weekend. The guys have been working hard all winter, and they've been, since Talladega last year, they've been real excited about coming back down here and seeing what we can do. So far the car's really good. It's got a lot of speed in it. And Bono usually saves a little bit for qualifying, so hopefully that's the case this weekend.
A lot of people interested of how things are working as far as the Ganassi bunch and the old DEI bunch merging, working together.
It's going great, I think all our cars are real fast today, and it's just a testament to the guys and their hard work. And they went through a lot this winter. A lot of people were talking about the merger, but one thing stayed the same, and them guys are working hard. They were at the shop doing all they could, and it's showing here today. So hopefully, like I said, we can maybe get a little bit more speed out of this, our Bass Pro Chevy, and have a good shot at the pole tomorrow. It'll be the first time we've even had a shot at it, so I'm pretty excited.
And he is currently 3rd on the board, Steve.
Well, Matt, Last night, Juan Pablo Montoya said how much he liked Martin Truex, and then Chip Ganassi backed it up and said, you know what? We had to get a better teammate for Juan Pablo. Hence the merger.
And I think so far it looks like everything's looking pretty good, at least for Martin Truex Jr. He's third quickest, and looking pretty good for Bobby Labonte. We were watching him a little earlier in this practice session, discussing things with Max Jones, general manager over there at Doug Yates Racing, and right now, they're putting out some pretty impressive times for that Ford. I mean, he is the fastest guy in a Ford, 7th quickest.
Now, this car that he's driving here, it's the same car that Travis Quapple sat on the pole at Talladega back in the fall of last year. It was brand new there, so not surprised to see these guys.
Heads up.
The 2nd quickest.
48.02, 187.4 miles per hour.
You got a fast race car.
We're going to try and keep you updated. This car is locked into the Daytona 500. Car owner points from the 38, not to mention the fact that Bobby Labonte, former series champion.
You know how you say it? Ask and you shall receive. I believe he's got it.
Got some speed.
He got it. I need some speed, boys.
Be there.
It's the first race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
This is my accounting system. Unpaid invoices on the purple ones. Still evolving.
Our sales figures. They're all right here.
I design my own spreadsheets. Nice, right? No?
There's an easier way to manage your business. With Intuit QuickBooks software, you can easily create invoices, track sales, and manage payroll all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Get back to business. Try Simple Start for free at QuickBooks.com.
Sooner or later, you and your gray hair will face an identity crisis.
My hair says experience. My hair says energy.
Touch of Gray, the best of both, combs away a little gray without getting rid of it all. Never too much, just right.
Now I look like I know what I'm doing and can still do it. Hey, guy, get your heads together.
Touch of Gray, the best of both. Talk.
Attention computer shoppers with past credit problems. If you've had past credit problems and want to make a change, call now. All you need is an active checking account and you're approved for our program. Bankruptcy, liens, divorce, or job loss, it doesn't matter. You're approved. We'll get you that new computer you always wanted and report on your credit so you can start to get it back on track. Call now and with your paid order, we'll add a free color printer, free MP3 music player, and a free LCD TV. You heard right. Free printer, free MP3 player, and a free LCD TV. Call now and tell us where you want your brand new computer and free gift shipped today.
Looking for fun? Let's bowl! Harvest Park Bowl in Brentwood has got fun every day of the week, and our fun is affordable. From birthday parties to company outings to Brentwood Rocks, there's fun for everyone. Harvest Park Bowl gives the best birthday parties and packages, including bowling, shoes, invitations, pizza, soda, and more. And best of all, we clean up. Harvest Park Bowl is clean, bright, family-friendly, and did we mention fun? What are you waiting for? Let's bowl at Harvest Park Bowl in Brentwood.
Presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Daytona is brought to you by Toyota. For the latest on Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. And by Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. About 15 minutes left in this 2-hour practice. We have an hour-and-a-half practice beginning at 1:30 Eastern. And Larry Mack talked about it at the top of the show. The wind, the weather, the sun, it all makes a difference here.
Yeah, I mean, an hour and 45 minutes ago, the wind was barely blowing, only 5 miles per hour, but there's definitely a wind picking up, and I've just been trying to watch. It may be possibly a little bit of a headwind down the back straightaway, and that's where that gear selection is so important. So I think what you might see a lot of these guys do is try the 2 different options of a gear, and that way tomorrow you evaluate the weather, you evaluate the wind, and you go with which gear you possibly need due to what the weather conditions are.
Dick Berggren standing by with 18-year-old Joey Logano.
And as most 18-year-olds are trying to figure out how to drive on the highway, this kid's trying to figure out how to drive at 190 miles an hour at Daytona. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. The Home Depot Toyota is pretty fast in qualifying trips, so pretty happy with that. And we'll go here back at the second practice and see if we can have some more speed.
Who have you looked to for advice and guidance to try to help you do a better job at Daytona?
Right now, I've been leading on Denny and Kyle the most, just because I mean they're closest to me and we're around them a lot. So you know, I've leaned on them a lot last night and leaned on some more this morning, and we'll keep trying. You know, I learned so much last night. I'll probably learn the most I ever did at one point on the racetrack. So you know, we'll put that to use and we'll see how we do.
We were watching you last night on television, sawing at the wheel. How hard was it to keep that car under you?
She was a little free. Yeah.
There's the understatement of the 2009 season.
Yeah, I was sawing the heck out of that thing, trying to keep it straight. So it was a handful, but we're gonna work on it for tonight. It'll get better.
You're doing a great job. You really are. Thank you.
Thanks.
You saw right there, 18 years old. He'll be 19 in May, and he will be the youngest driver ever at 18 years and 9 months to start the Daytona 500.
He was shaking his head.
I'm just sitting here trying to comprehend that. I mean, you think about it, Larry. I mean, as crew chiefs, we were always looking for someone who was a seasoned veteran, you know, or at least had some experience, you know, in another series with some age on him. Not to say, you know, common sense wise, but this young man is very impressive. I mean, don't take me wrong, but it's still to sit here and think about. He's 18 years old running the Daytona 500.
You know what I thought you were trying to comprehend?
No, don't you?
All those young ladies at Casey Kane's window.
Oh, that's not hard to comprehend. It's just you need a calculator for that.
Norm Benning in the 57 car, veteran campaigner out of Pennsylvania. Raced for many years in ARCA. He's down here with giving it a shot. Making friends with the inspectors.
I love you guys. Mean it. Love you guys a lot.
But I think that right there, I think that just makes a statement about Tony Stewart's mindset right now. He is laid back. He's having fun. A little story about Stewart-Haas Racing. Right before, there's the other Stewart-Haas car, Ryan Newman in the 39 car, but there's 150 employees at Stewart-Haas Racing there in the Concord, North Carolina area. And it was about 27 or 28 degrees on Tuesday before the haulers were getting ready to head out down here. And Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman included, gathered every employee of Stewart-Haas Racing, and they gathered outside the shop before the haulers left with the haulers parked there. And they had 4 guys at the wind tunnel. They waited about 30 minutes on those 4 guys because Tony said, we are not taking this picture until every employee we have is present. Well, after the picture, Tony kind of got his rookie truck driver preoccupied while some of the other team members went to the back of that brand new trailer and put a big rookie stripe on the back of that hauler driver's truck to drive down here and said rookie truck driver wrote on it. Tony's having fun right now.
Well, the opposite of rookie is that guy, 74-year-old James Hilton out of Inman, South Carolina. See his last or most recent win, 1972, 30 current drivers, not even born.
Unreal. Again, he was the Rookie of the Year way back when. I mean, I've known James Harvey Hilton since I came around this sport, and he is truly one of the guys that you can't get him out of here. You can't get him away from the racetrack. You don't believe that this man doesn't love stock car racing. I mean, it's just unbelievable how many times he has put deals together to either run ARCA, to be in a truck race, to be in a nationwide race. Now he's right here back once again at Daytona trying to get into the 500.
And the oldest driver to start a Daytona 500, Dave Marcus, 60 years old back in 2002.
And you know, I think it was last year that James Hilton was trying to qualify for the 500, and at one point of that race was right there on the fence of making it into the Daytona 500.
And Jeff, Jimmy Hicks just handed me a note. The year James Hilton was Rookie of the Year, 1966.
I was 10 years old at the time. See, that's one of the times right there that guy is somebody's not, that I'm not as old as they are.
This is true.
You know, once. But now there's another guy that works for us. I think it's pretty close to being around right now.
Man named Walter.
I'm not mentioning no names, but I'm not going to disagree with you. You keep digging that hole. I'm going to let you take care of it. When he gets up here, he's going to have a long laundry list as far as
he'll get the last say. We've got Mike Skinner in his 23 car. This is about a race deal with Mike Skinner. They do have Hendrick engines, and Slugger Labby that won the Daytona 500 a few years ago with Michael Waltrip is the crew chief on this car.
Just thought too where Mike's going to be with Randy Moss Motorsports in the Truck Series, and they have acquired his number. He's been running number 5, and they're actually going to be a 2-truck effort in the Truck Series.
Wasn't but about a couple of weeks ago, Mike Skinner really did not have anything going on, and now he's got a full-time Truck Series ride as well as this ride for several races.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we were down here for preseason Thunder, and he wasn't even sure at that time.
No, but again, perseverance. That's one other thing about racers and people who work in this sport. They persevere. They figure out ways to overcome. And I think Mike's a great example of how bad do you want it. He goes out, and he and his wife Angie, they start beating the bushes. They start putting deals together. And now he's here at Daytona, and he will be in the truck race. Also, got an excellent chance of making this race here come next Thursday. I mean, I'm not too sure they're going to be fast enough based off what we're seeing right now to have a car that will qualify fast enough. But Mike's a great driver. Larry, you know that. He can get the job done here.
Yeah, I think Mike knows he'll have to race his way in. It's not going to happen with speed. Mark Martin in his 5 car. This will be his last run in this practice set. We only have about 7 minutes left. Right now, Mark is 12th quickest.
He and Mike in close proximity to this racetrack. What a story that could be if Mark could finally win the Daytona 500. And as we said, back after a couple of years of a part-time schedule, running the full schedule for Rick Hendrick.
Now, Mark's best lap is a 48.19, and this is what we talked about earlier, how you run at the top of the racetrack, just trying to build him, trying to build the speed. And I will guarantee you, when he crosses the complete lap 1, you'll see him go right to the bottom of the racetrack.
It's still the fast here. We apologize for some additional problems.
Yeah, I think that wind's getting up and is making things that piece of wire, I think, has got a break in it somewhere.
We'll take a break at the clock. This first 2-hour practice for the Daytona 500 racers. Thanks for being with us.
Keeps pace with you. Because you're more than one thing. And so is Venza.
With the rising cost of fuel and auto maintenance, now more than ever, it's important to get the most from your vehicle's engine. Z-Max Micro Lubricant can help. Z-Max, the only micro lubricant that's used with your favorite motor oil by actually soaking into the metal. Z-Max reduces carbon buildup, resulting in increased fuel mileage, improved engine performance, and extended engine life. Easy to use. Just pour into your engine's oil and your fuel system for non-stop protection. Z-Max, 60 years of reliable, proven performance. Locate your nearest retailer at zmax.com.
What if college came to you? So you can study what you're interested in, no matter where you are. Welcome to Kaplan University. We're a different kind of university. We offer over 100 degrees and programs in fields that are clamoring for your talent. Call us now to speak with an advisor. We're a university that's using technology to rewrite the rules of education, to focus on you, to fit in your life, even adapt to how you learn, to give you access to professors with real-world experience so you can see real-world success. We're a university that's dedicated to finding and tapping into talent, your talent.
Call 866-721-6729 or visit us online for your free learning assessment. Take the first step. It's your time.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sprint Cup practice for Daytona 500 qualifying. Down in the fan zone here at the Daytona International Speedway, I'm John Roberts alongside of Hermie Sadler and Randy Pemberton. And you know what? If you read all the reports a couple of months ago, Wood Brothers Racing was supposed to be done, over with, shut down, never to race again. Well, look at what's going on right here. A past champion and Bill Elliott, Randy, is the fastest in this practice session.
Reminds you of the 70s when they brought out David Pearson. They only ran selected races, and they said during this year's Lowe's Motor Speedway Sprint Cup Media Tour, look at, this gives us the best opportunity to concentrate on specific races and do the best we can for our sponsor. I'm not surprised to see somebody like a Bill Elliott up front here. They have different objectives. So do the guys that are just outside the car runner points of top 35. Different objectives.
A lot of the guys we're going to keep an eye on throughout the next couple of days are these, the so-called go-or-go-home teams, Kurt Shelmerding being one of those.
Yeah, you look at Bill Elliott at the top of the speed chart, but JR, what's more intriguing is from 46 fastest all the way down to the bottom of the grid are all go-or-go-home cars, starting with Kurt Shelmerding, who we're seeing right here on the racetrack. He's right now 46th fastest. From 46 all the way down to 55th fastest, all guys that have to get a good qualifying lap in tomorrow.
And this is the kind of practice session where we pay a lot of attention to speeds because, as we mentioned earlier today, you're going to have the front row locked in tomorrow, along with 3 go-or-go-home cars who are going to be guaranteed a position in the 500. So speed tomorrow matters in a big way.
Well, it certainly does for those guys. I'm not so sure how much it matters to the majority of the field that is locked in to the qualifying races. Because I took a poll through the garage area and I asked some of these crew chiefs, hey, if you guys come down here and you're pretty sure you can't win the pole, what are you trying to do? They said, we want to build as much downforce into our race cars as we possibly can because we want it to stick to the racetrack at lap 20 or 25. We're not concerned about winning the pole. We're concerned about winning the Daytona 500 and getting a good qualifying spot through the duels.
And I think that's one thing, Randy and JR, we don't talk about enough, to the fans, is these guys are trying to get in on speed. Whatever they can to make the car go fast, that's what they want. These other guys, as Randy says, as we see Scott Speed, he's up to, looks like
32nd.
Yeah, 32nd fastest right now. These guys need speed. The other guys that are locked in, they want comfort. This Daytona 500 is going to come down to handling. They don't care if they qualify 43rd. They just want to get in the show. And there's another guy, A.J. Allmendinger, who thought up until this week that he was going to be locked in the show. Now he's got to race his way in, either by speed or in the duel on Thursday.
Let's go down to Adam Alexander, who has a bit of a weather report for us, Adam, as the wind is picking up.
Well, and that's one interesting thing we should point out is weather can play a huge role in who's on the pole here tomorrow. You talk about it, JR. The winds certainly have picked up, and for a short period of time, the sun went behind the clouds. It was significantly cooler. And one thing you will hear all drivers talk about, if it's windy during qualifying tomorrow, that can make a big difference in where they make their qualifying run in relation to the speed chart. So, Hermie, as a driver, how much of having a good run in qualifying is being prepared, and how much of it is just that good old-fashioned racing luck?
Adam, 2 great points. The wind can be a ticket into the Daytona 500 or a pass to go home. If you hit it the wrong way going down that back straightaway, a tailwind's worth a lot. And as far as track temperature, grip is not a big deal, but if it's cooler in the morning, a little bit more tape on that front grille to get that extra speed could make the difference of getting in or going home.
Clint Boyer in the 33 is locked inside the top 35, despite the fact that that's a new number, so he doesn't have to worry that much about qualifying in the middle of the pack. But I guess, Randy, when you look at this, talk about being all over the charts. It's either front row, doesn't really matter much from 3rd through 39, and then after that, for the go-or-go-homers, it means everything.
It does. I mean, they're here to lay down a lap. We've come to Daytona and Talladega before and had a go-or-go-homer sit on the front row, and we wondered, man, why is that? Well, you drop the rag and 6-8 laps into the race, they're going backwards because they've done different things to their race car to make them do that. The same case here. Bill Elliott, they need to get in this race. They need to do that for their sponsor. They're doing everything they can to get flat-out speed. I'll guarantee you there's 25 cars in there that that's not what they're concerned about. They want to turn a good lap, Hermie and John, but they also want to make sure their car handles in 15 or 20 laps on the racetrack, and it's a whole different ball game.
Hey, if you come down here with one bullet to make the Daytona 500,
right,
you want to control what you can control the most. You can control mostly how fast your car will run by itself. You can control that. That's what you want to do.
It's hard to really describe the emotions that go into these go-or-go-home teams because it means so much to make this season-beginning race, the Daytona 500, the biggest one of them all, and it is absolutely gut-wrenching if you come down here and have to go home. But just a sign to say how valuable it is to make this race. If it wasn't valuable, there wouldn't be 57 cars down here trying to make it in to the great American race. As we take a look at more single-car runs on this racetrack, got Travis Quapple in the 28 out there, and he's another one of those guys coming in without points.
Yeah, it really is. And we've seen year after year, JR, making the Daytona 500 gets you off to such a great start. If you missed the Daytona 500, look back last year to the 10 car, which is now really the 44 car. Patrick Carpentier missed that race. It seems like every time you miss the Daytona 500, Randy, you spend all year trying to dig yourself out of that hole, points-wise, morale-wise, sponsor-wise. This is a race you must be in to be in contention for this championship.
Yeah, and that is true. You have to be in the Daytona 500, but you also have to be in those first 5 races as well. I remember back when Jeff Burton went over to Roush and he had Buddy Parrott as a crew chief. They went to Atlanta, 4th or 5th race of the season. We were talking about them being contenders to win a championship. Rained out, missed the race, took them forever to recover. So Daytona, they have to get in this show.
The last car is out on the track right now, making the final qualifying run of this practice session for Daytona 500 qualifying, which will take place tomorrow. And guys, if you think about what you miss when you miss the 500, you miss that track time in the duels. We talked to Patrick Carpentier last year. Once he got out to Vegas, when he hit Vegas practice, that was the first time he raced since his qualifying lap at Daytona.
There's no way for us to sit here and really, you know, we can't sit here and explain to everybody how important it is qualifying for the Daytona 500, but these guys have worked all winter, even with no testing, as we've talked about. As we see Scott Riggs, Tommy Baldwin, look at there, JR, 16th fastest for a team that's basically less than a month old. Good job by those guys.
Perfect example of somebody taking advantage of an opportunity that's, you know, been cracked open in this sport. To come down here, Tommy Baldwin has done a great job, got a hold of Scott Riggs, plugged him in that race car. You know, that could actually be a factor in the Daytona 500, certainly in qualifying.
Tommy Baldwin's won it before.
Yeah, he's won the Daytona 500 before, and a guy like Scott Riggs, he's got to feel like he's got something to prove to be shuffled out with not a full-time ride. A lot weighing, you know, as far as what Scott Riggs can do in that car. But I think it's a good idea. You know, it's not a lot of driver-owner combinations. I mean, as far as drivers owning their cars being successful, interesting to see what Tommy Baldwin can do as a crew chief and putting people together around him.
And especially being a single-car team and a multi-team world here, the dream is definitely alive for these guys to make the Daytona 500, and everything is resting on either qualifying or racing in that Gatorade duel when it comes down to Thursday. So teams are wrapping up. They're starting to talk about what they found out on the racetrack and seeing exactly where they need to go before a lot of them, 28 cars as a matter of fact, have to change their focus completely after this qualifying practice, back to concentrating on the Budweiser shootout this evening.
Well, that's going to be fun for these guys. These guys love non-points races. Get out there, hang it out, put the pedal to the metal, and try to get a win in the Bud Shootout. No points on the line means these guys will have it on the edge tonight.
And once again, we got to reiterate the fact that you cannot forget these are totally separate race cars. If you're new to the sport of Sprint Cup Series racing, the guys that are in the Bud Shootout tonight, those are cars just designed specifically for that race. They have another car for the Daytona 500, so don't worry about whether they wreck their car tonight in the Bud Shootout. That is not the one they'll qualify and not the one they'll attempt to race in the duels and the 500 here. But so you got the 51 car, Kelly Byers, another one of those guys trying to make a mark for himself here at Daytona.
And look, Kelly Byers on the racetrack, but one thing I'm noticing on this monitor as we watch, he's only been on the racetrack for 2 laps. A product of late entry, getting to the racetrack late getting through inspection, only 2 laps on the racetrack as we wind this practice down in comparison to some of the guys up front who've been on the racetrack 8, 9, 10 laps. a big disadvantage for this 51 car to overcome as far as getting a fast lap, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Hermie, though, most of the guys only made 2 or 3 runs. It was about all they could get with 57 cars out there. I was in the garage area and was checking around. We see Ryan Newman there in 9th. He's the guy that jumped out at me because it was exactly 1 hour into qualifying when Ryan did that number right there, a 48.17. Bill Elliott did his early. Bobby Labonte's somewhat early. Martin Truex there in 4th went out early. Joey Logano's number was put up early. That was when it was much cooler. When Ryan Newman blistered that lap right there, it was a lot hotter on the racetrack. I think he might be somebody to look at. Who else we got?
Got Jeff Gordon, Jamie McMurray, 18th and 19th. David Reagan in the 20th spot in his Roush Fenway Ford. And it's hard to imagine that one little lap on the racetrack can make such a difference, but it could mean everything when it comes to making the Daytona 500. Marcus Ambrose, somewhat of a new team in the 21st position. Then it's Vickers, the Biff, Juan Pablo Montoya. Then it's Kansas, Travis Quapple, and a lot of eyes on these 2 Richard Petty Motorsports racing teams of A.J. Allmendinger and Reed Sorensen.
Just like normal, you look at this rundown of practice, nothing really stands out that's really telling as far as what's going to happen tomorrow. Not one manufacturer dominating one side or the other.
Michael Waltrip is a 2-time Daytona 500 winner. He's looking for a good qualifying effort. He practiced in the 39th spot. So let's take a look at now what's coming up on speed for the rest of the day. As we said earlier, we got you covered flag to flag, bumper to bumper, door to door, and wall to wall. NASCAR Live is next. Sprint Cup practice coming your way at 1:30 Eastern Time. We'll be back with another NASCAR Live at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And don't forget the ARCA race at 4 o'clock. After that, we'll have you covered on race day. And when we come back for NASCAR Live, we're going to take you out to the beach. And we hope no one steals that surfboard before we get a chance to get back there. The work continues in the Cup Garage, and we'll be back.
Friday on Speed. It's the first race of the season, and the thunder will be felt in Daytona, where last year's drama returns with a vengeance. It's the perfect storm of competition, danger, and speed. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Daytona. Friday night, 7:30 Eastern, live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Finally, a car that revolves around you. Because you're more than one thing. So is Venza.
All right, what do we got?
Male, head trauma struck by a bus. It's a Jack the Box guy.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I really like his sirloin burger. Yeah, but the...
Tacos?
Breakfast? Breakfast. That's it. Nurse O'Brien and I often enjoy a midnight breakfast at Jack's.
So anyway, Bob.
Right, I'm going in. Give me a bone saw and a hot glue gun.
Here's to Friday night dust storms, 200-mile-per-hour winds, and some of the coolest nights in America. Fields of high pressure, big puffy clouds, a sound of thunder, and the scattered showers we hope our favorite drivers get caught up in. Most of all, here's to every fan who's anything but fair weather.
At sun-drenched Daytona International Speedway, 2 questions loom today. How fast can a single car go around this 2.5-mile high-bank tri-oval flat out? And the final question in our direct TV coverage at Speedweek's Live on Speed, who's going to win the big Budweiser shootout tonight? We welcome you all back live. This is NASCAR Live. Thanks to John Roberts and the boys for covering the tail end of a very important practice session here at the Speedway. Pole qualifying practice for the Daytona 500, and we'll be getting into that in more detail. Let's just go around the horn and make sure you understand who all the players are in this rather elaborate edition. Raise your hand when you hear your names. From upper left, Roberts, Sadler, Pemberton. Rutledge is on the beach. Ray Dunlap, Adam Alexander, and I'm proud to be alongside Ken Squire, the I won't say old statesman.
Person, yeah.
Let me ask you about the this year in perspective. 30 years since you broadcast the first Daytona 500 on CBS. How does this one strike you early on as shaping up?
No, not much difference. They're all the same. You get down to this time in the year, and all of a sudden you can feel the ground begin to vibrate. This is the beginning of the great American race. It starts this weekend, and we've got some great races for you before the day is over. And qualifying tomorrow, what a story we're going to have there.
One step at a time. Let's take today first. The menu looks this way. We'll have one more practice session for the pole qualifying that we discussed, and that's coming up at 1:30, the final Sprint Cup practice before pole qualifying tomorrow. NASCAR Live will be back at 3. Then we get down to the racing, starting with the ARCO Remax, Lucas Oil Slick Mist 200 at 4 o'clock. Always a spectacular show. NASCAR Race Day will debut for the season at 6. Building up to the Budweiser Shootout, live at 8 o'clock tonight on Fox. NASCAR Victory Lane with their opening show of the 09 season coming up to wrap up the day. Here's how they shape up after the first of the pole qualifying session. Bill Elliott at the top of the heap. How many times have we heard that story at Daytona? Will it hold up? I'm impressed to see Joey Logano in 6th. Anything this 18-year-old kid does down here this year makes headlines. And Ryan Newman with his brand new Stewart-Haas Racing team in 9th is pretty impressive, I think. Ken, this practice session very different from what we're accustomed to seeing week in, week out on the Sprint Cup Tour.
Well, it's Daytona, so naturally it's different. We're going to secure the front row tomorrow. And imagine this. 20 of those outsiders, not the 35 that are locked, include back there 45th to come out to qualify tomorrow, one Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, and looking absolutely awesome out here this morning. The entire practice period was all the Bill Elliott story.
Fast the first time out, fast the second. When he went fast the first time out, everybody went, yeah, okay, maybe. When he backed it up, people said, hey, maybe that 21 car really has something.
Hermie Sadler made a big point about the wind. That's the one factor we can't judge. I mean, everything today is as it will be tomorrow as far as these cars for qualifying are concerned. But that breeze is coming off the 4th turn, blowing across the track. It'll take you head on, and the windshield coming off too. No wind, you scoot down the backstretch. Big wind.
Yep.
Belts right up against
Make
you.
a difference of a 10th, and there goes your chance to race in the 500. You need a fast car to win the 500. It also helps to have experience, and so our attention turns to those who have won it before. No, it's not just an excuse to talk about Junior, but since he's here, your 2004 winner of the race, timing in 3rd fastest in practice at $1:87, and that will make the 88 fans happy, I'm sure, across the country. And you know, that team's been very confident. Jeff Gordon was your 05 winner. And not setting the world on fire, I guess, 18th fastest, but you can count on that Hendrick team to have it when it matters. And that, of course, brings the attention to his teammate, the champion, 3 years running, Jimmy Johnson, who sat on the pole last year, 8th fastest in practice this morning. How about the finish of the 07 Daytona 500 and Kevin Harvick, the Childress organization, 31st. But don't I remember that he didn't qualify very well the year he won it too? They were proud of their engines yesterday, with the exception of one that blew up in the shootout car, with that of Jeff Burton. And then that brings us to Ryan Newman, and you just got to think that Tony Stewart's so pumped up about seeing this.
Yeah. And imagine this. He is pretty much in the show, this guy Newman. And you talk about those outsider drivers that have got to race their way in. There's some pretty impressive names, David. Mayfield and Bodine and Labonte and Skinner and Stewart and Stewart. Yeah, Tony Stewart, the new number 14, the old AJ number. He's got to race his way in those twins next Thursday. So he wants a really sweet qualifying run tomorrow.
The qualifying will lock in the top 2 positions. Thursday's duels, the Gatorade duels here on Speed, will lock in 3 through 39. I challenge you to a quick headline contest.
Oh, my. Okay.
In the next hour, we're going to talk about a different kind of race in the garage area going on as we speak.
How about real difference in Daytona 500 and Bud Shootout cars?
I'll accept that. Independent teams with perhaps their highest hopes in years here at the Daytona 500. In the run-up to the big race, 51st running thereof. We will get into all of those in additional details. But first, we're going to sell stuff. We'll take a commercial break and come back on the other side. It is NASCAR Live. We're glad you're here. The garage team are deployed and ready to start bringing you the answers to some of the multitude of questions that hang over this speedway. We'll be right back.
NASCAR Live is presented by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. Brought to you in part by Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. And by Interstate Batteries. Over 200,000 dealers nationwide. Find one at interstatebatteries.com.
Heard about the problems we've been having?
Nope.
3G dead zones all over. Internet slow here, non-existent here. Trent, show them where we've been losing emails.
Here.
We have Verizon.
You've got 3G there.
Oh.
For coverage where you need it, get America's largest and most reliable 3G network, Verizon Wireless. And now get the Storm, the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
If you have a history of smoking and breathing problems, it could be COPD, which includes chronic bronchitis, emphysema, or both. Discover Spiriva, the only once-daily inhaled maintenance prescription that treats both forms of COPD. Spiriva significantly improves lung function to help you breathe better for a full 24 hours. And it's not a steroid. Spiriva is not a rescue inhaler. Tell your doctor about your medicines, even eye drops, and illnesses like glaucoma and urinary or prostate problems. These may worsen with Spiriva. The most common side effect is dry mouth. Others include constipation and problems passing urine. In the event your breathing suddenly worsens, your throat or tongue swells, you get hives, vision changes, or eye pain, stop taking Spiriva and call your doctor. Spiriva is one of many treatment options to consider with your doctor.
Make a habit of breathing better with Spiriva.
Is it different? Still got flakes? That's your clue to switch shampoo. To Selsun Blue. Maximum Selsun Strength Medicine wipes out flakes, plus aloe and moisturizers keep hair healthy. No flakes or itch. Selsun Blue Shampoo.
Got a clue? Get the blue.
I couldn't sleep last night.
Me either, so I tried Unisom Sleep Melts.
They dissolve quickly without water and taste great.
You'll melt asleep fast, stay asleep, and wake refreshed.
Sleep well?
Like a baby.
Unisom Sleep Melts.
Melt asleep fast.
Putting on a show is always fun.
What are you looking at?
Done things like The Simpsons and Letterman. I came up with this idea to do Little Bush. People were ready for something new. It was a little edgy. People like me who come up with crazy ideas for a living, no one would ever see them if it wasn't for people like Comcast.
If you're part of the Comcast team, you're essentially part of our team.
This is your chance to get into show business. You don't have to wear makeup and stuff and tights and dance around.
They make it, we bring it. Comcast is hiring. Be part of the team that brings entertainment and information into millions of homes and businesses.
February, a high school rivalry settled on the track. Drag Race High returning to speed. All new season. Two teams must build a car from the ground up and then face off in the ultimate drag racing showdown. Top Fuel champ Clay Millican guest judging. It's the season premiere of Drag Race High. It's on February the 18th, and it's exclusively on Speed. And it raises the question, why didn't they do stuff like that when I was in high school? They hadn't invented the car yet. Let's get down to Adam Alexander in the garage area. It's the DirecTV Hot Pass report. Adam?
And Dave, I can distinctly remember the last 2 years sitting in this garage with David Rudiman, who was not locked into the Daytona 500, and the anxiety that came with that. This year, you know you're in the field, you got a sponsor full-time. How comforting is that this time of year compared to the last two seasons?
Oh, absolutely. Having come down here the last 2 years and knowing you had to get in on time and all the things that go along with that. All these other guys here that are having to get on time do not envy the situation they're in at all, because I've been there, it's very, very tough. But more importantly, when it comes right down to it, Aaron stepping up and deciding to do a full year with driving the Aaron Dream Machine. I mean, that in itself is a load off my mind.
And in addition to being locked into the 500, you make your first appearance in the Budweiser Shootout tonight. How much can that help, especially with a new crew chief in Rodney Childers?
Well, I think you just said it best there. When it comes right down to it, with the lack of testing and stuff that we've had, getting a chance to work with Rodney Childers now, and I mean, he's a great guy. We've raced each other in the past and done things, and I know him, but it's just nothing like he knows what I want in a car, and I know what he's going to do and the way he's going to do it. All those things, you don't find those things out overnight, and we've had one test session, which has basically been a tire test, and that's it. So we're getting to know one another. He's doing a great job. I really like what I've seen so far. I knew he's going to be a great guy, so he's got Aaron Dream Machine going pretty good. We'll keep working on it so we can make it better.
When it comes to NASCAR, sometimes, Dave, you got to pay your dues. David Rudiman has done that. And with that, he's relaxed as we get set for qualifying tomorrow.
And if you're new to this business, the big change this year, no off-season testing mandated by NASCAR at any of the NASCAR tracks. And thus these new teams, these new alliances have not had that testing period to get to understand one another better. They're having to have that acquaintance made right down here in the heat of combat at Daytona International Speedway. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, Dave, let's talk to Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. What an unbelievable turnaround for the Wood Brothers. A year ago, this team failed to make this race, and so far we see the 21 at the top of the board. You got to be pretty proud of that.
Well, I'm proud of what all these guys have done. I mean, that's a key point of this whole race team is they focused on one thing coming down here, and we'll take it a step at a time. Our first mission is to, we got through the first practice. Now we got to get through the second practice. Then we got to get through NASCAR Tech. And then whatever qualifying brings tomorrow. So, it's pretty much a one stage at a time and look at it from there. But one thing about it, I mean, they really paid attention to detail. Lynn and Eddie devised a plan, say, look, we're going to run 12 races regardless this year. We're going to concentrate on Daytona. Then after Daytona, we'll worry about Atlanta after Daytona. So, Dave and all the guys went to work. I mean, they've got a great race car, and we'll see what happens.
How does it feel, Bill, to be back at Daytona and in this brand new type of race car? Is it any different from the driver's perspective?
Not really. I mean, you don't see anything any different you have in the past. I mean, it races a little bit different than the other cars or the older cars, but at some point in time throughout your career, you've had something similar to it. Whether it drives good, drives bad, you still got to work with a car. Daytona's always been a handling racetrack. It always has, always will be. And that's going to be the key Sunday afternoon for the 500 or in the twin and the dual 150. So, like I said, for us right now, we need to concentrate on tomorrow, try to get through, don't make any mistakes, and then see how it ends up.
All right, we wish you good luck. That is Bill Elliott, the 21 car on the top of the board right now. And Dave Despain, I want to tell you, this is the exact same car they had here a year ago, but you would not believe what amount of work the Wood Brothers have put in. You can say that this is virtually a brand new car because they've changed everything on it.
Kudos to the team, and isn't it interesting to see Bill Elliott, who used to just hate doing those interviews, back when he set the pole record here, 210 miles an hour back in '87, back in the limelight again in 2009. It's a good story. It could pay off. Tomorrow we'll take a commercial break and come back with more live from Daytona International Speedway as the teams prepare for the run-up for pole qualifying.
Look for the official NASCAR hologram whenever you're shopping and earn free stuff every time you deposit your hologram code online at NASCAR.com/hologram.
I'm taking 12 teams on a little road trip. Bull Run is back, and it's only on speed. These teams compete for 200 grand in prizes, and I got 10 days and over 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. These cars will go grill to grill across the entire Southwest. Bull Run, one hell of a ride. Premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
Nobody gives you more power than Interstate Batteries. And we have a national warranty program with over 200,000 dealers to back it up. How do we make them so powerful? Now that's a secret. Get the battery with more power in it and the most power behind it. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable.
This Valentine's Day, give the sweetest of American traditions, Whitman's chocolate. The Whitman Sampler Heart, an American favorite since 1842.
Need new gear? Now is the time for one-of-a-kind deals at Bass Pro Shops, like Daiwa Baitcast combos, only $59.94, and the Tracker Pro 16, the absolute best value in boating, for only $79.95.
Let's see if this steak place can match the value of Golden Corral's new Applewood Grill. I'd like the sirloin, chicken and pork too, all wrapped in bacon, and all for around $10.
Security!
And all for around $10.
No. What are you, some kind of rodeo clown?
No other place can match Golden Corral's Applewood Grill. Get sizzling aged sirloin, oven-roasted chicken, and tender pork, all wrapped in Applewood bacon, all included on their endless dinner buffet for around $10. Now that's a rare deal. There's no place like Golden Corral.
Speed is the place for answers, and SpeedTV.com. You can find Tom Jensen, the answer man from Daytona. He knows all, and he will tell all. The keyword answer man gets you through to Tom Jensen. And the keyword here at Daytona today is speed. Who's fast and who's not fast in pole qualifying practice here, because tomorrow we will just have a couple of guys knowing their fate, but then later on the duel at Daytona will determine the rest of the field, and you can see that live on Speed. Now the fan zone is starting to rock for a couple reasons. They're cranking music next to us, and the fans are starting to file in here today because they're getting ready to soak up the sun this afternoon and then get ready for the Budweiser shootout. Now if you're new to NASCAR, you might think it's a big risk for a guy to be out in the Budweiser shootout with his car because he might lose it for the Daytona 500, but not the case, Hermie Sadler, because these teams come down with a totally different setup in a car for the Bud shootout. They got a whole different flock of cars for the 500.
Yeah, that's one thing I hear a lot, and sometimes on Speed, we want to make sure that the fans, especially the casual fans, know exactly what's going on in the garage. But these guys, all these teams, if you're in the Bud shootout, you've got a Bud shootout car, a bag-up car for that. Then you've got a Daytona 500 car as well as a bag-up car. So, and you have to look at different things, and this is another advantage for the teams that are locked in, because these guys bring the Jimmy Johnsons of the world, bring two race cars with the most downforce they can possibly get, the most drag. They want to be in the racetrack. The way to get these cars in the racetrack is to get gripped by downforce, head the wind, push the car down into the racetrack. So they can work on the same types of things for the cars. But the other guys that work on speed, they having another car, they have to worry about trying to go fast. So it always comes back to the haves and the have-nots. But it's important for the fans to know, Randy, that all these teams have two completely different race cars. Maybe they can take information from one to the other, but you will not see the same car in both.
Yeah, you know what I found interesting yesterday? I remember talking to Greg Biffle in the garage area, and because there was no testing, and we've been talking about it for days down here, that when I talked to Greg Biffle, I said, give me a sense of what you think your cars are. You got a backup car, you got a Bud shootout car, and you got one for the 500. Usually you automatically think the best one you have is the 500 car, but there was no way to validate that so far because they've never had it on the racetrack. And that's the first time we've had that in a long, long time. So it could be possible that, by accident, their best car could be the Bud shootout car because they haven't had a chance to run them. They built new cars since last year.
That's exactly what you used to do to come to hit a test. You would bring two race cars to test, go run single car runs with both, run in the draft with both, and then the driver would say, okay, I'm more comfortable in this car. This is the car for the Daytona 500, the other car for the shootout. Not that way anymore. It's a guessing game.
Well, we're always glad to see our good friend Adam Alexander, but we're also glad to see the guy he's standing next to back and again driving in the Daytona 500. Hopefully, Adam.
Yeah, you're talking about Jeremy Mayfield, and I want to go back in time a little bit. 1998, this guy pushing Dale Earnhardt all around this 2.5-mile tri-oval, but you would come up short and finish third on that February afternoon. And now 27 starts later at Daytona, another chapter in your life has been written. Car owner, tell us how this came about, Jeremy.
Well, it came about pretty fast, and Tony Furr, myself, and Cecil, and a couple of guys just kind of had a deal put together with another guy's owner, and kind of fell through. And I was like, man, it's too good an opportunity to turn down, so I kind of took it upon myself and went and bought some cars from Triad and got an engine deal with them, and just decided we just do it on our own, and here we are in Daytona. So, really looking forward to it. I'm really excited about it. I know that I know all the guys are, and they worked hard to get it to where we're at right now, and in such a short amount of time. So, we're looking forward to the rest of the year and getting our stuff together and hopefully making a long-term deal out of this.
And so now they've got the business side of the deal done. Johnny, the opportunity comes on track, and we'll see him again in a practice session later today, hoping to improve on what was a position outside the top 35 in that first practice.
Adam, thanks a lot. And that's a reunion of two guys who had some success back racing for Cale Yarborough. He was the owner. Tony Furr and Jeremy Mayfield were racing together, and they came down, they got some stuff done here, especially at Daytona. We got to take another quick break here on NASCAR Live. Still a lot to come this afternoon. We still have a race day to go. The Budweiser Shootout on Fox at 8 o'clock, the ARCA Remix Series at 4 o'clock, and that's just to name a little bit about what's going on today.
NASCAR's back. We're dueling at Daytona. Thursday, the Gatorade Duel at Daytona is only on Speed. Two races that decide who makes the Daytona 500 and who's going home. Speed brings you the Gatorade Duel at Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD.
I can't wait.
NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
The ride of their lives. The story is told by the legends who lived it. Jeff Gordon, Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and many more. Narrated by Kevin Costner, featuring over 60 minutes of bonus footage. The ride of their lives. Own the DVD February 10th.
Chic Extreme 3, the only disposable with 3 flexible pivoting blades and 2 conditioning strips for a smooth, comfortable shave. Chic Extreme 3, free your skin.
Oh, how much are these?
No, those aren't for sale.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mom's a little crazy about her antiques.
Antiques, they're rollover minutes.
Yeah, from like 6 months ago.
But they're still good. You know, saving minutes saves money, and these days we can't afford to be wasteful. Not everyone gets to keep their unused minutes.
Oh, cool.
Beat it, kid.
Only AT&T's Family Talk with Rollover saves your family's unused minutes, and saving minutes saves money. This Valentine's Day, buy a Propel and get one free after mail-in rebates.
Working parts, working harder and longer with Valvoline Conventional Motor Oil and a Purolator Premium Plus oil filter. Whatever you're working on, Advance Auto Parts will help you keep the wheels turning.
Back live at Daytona International Speedway. One more qualifier practice session of that before tomorrow's qualifying for the Daytona 500 still to come. And then the ARCA race and the Budweiser Shootout, the two feature events on the card here this afternoon. Want to get back down to the garage area? Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, Dave, and I'm standing by with A.J. Allmendinger. He is 6th right now on the go-or-go-homers list from that first practice. That's got to give you a little bit of consternation as far as the driver goes. What do you think about right there? You know it's going to be tough in qualifying.
Well, I mean, kind of unfortunately, it's not really up to me. We're working hard. Everybody at Richard Petty Motorsports, Valvoline Dodge, I mean, it's this deal came late, and they've done everything we can. We still got some tricks up our sleeves, so not going to give up. Need to pick up a few tenths and just keep digging away at it.
I don't know how fast that race car is, but I know it sure looks good. That is an awesome paint scheme commemorating 30 years since Kyle Petty won here at Daytona in the ARCA Remax Series.
Yeah, I mean, I really dig the throwback paint jobs and just everything that Valvoline has done for a lot of race teams, especially Richard Petty Motorsports, and Richard Petty himself has been pretty special. So to have that race car on the racetrack, it's going to look good under the lights in the shootout. We're going to have to go do our job and get in the 500.
All right, keep your head up, go after him. That is A.J. Allmendinger. And Dave, I think it's just so interesting when you talk to all these drivers that aren't locked into this show. You can see the pressure, you can see it in your eyes, and you can feel it when they come out to talk to you. They know what a big deal this is all about.
And, of course, Allmendinger thought until a few days ago that he was locked in. He thought he had the 35th place owner's points, but then they just sort of hopped on over to Clint Boyer's car. And nobody's ever given us a really good explanation for how that happens, but ours is not the reason why. Instead, ours is to look back. That's right. Everybody talks about the Daytona 500. It's the Super Bowl of stock car racing coming at the first of the year. It's the biggest prize in stock car racing. All that is true, but it's just the first of 36-point races toward the championship. 9 months and 36 races down the road. Let's take a look back to 2008 and recall Jimmy Johnson's record-tying title.
And the green flag waves. The 2008 NASCAR season is underway.
Ryan Newman, Roger Penske win the Daytona 500.
Roger Penske's first restrictor plate win and his first 1-2 finish.
51-year-old Dale Jarrett will make his 668th Cup start and then call it a career.
76 races since he last went to victory lane, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the winner at Michigan.
They can write what they want, but we won one.
White flag in the air, last lap.
This is where there may be some contact right here.
Look at him wash up the racetrack. Hang on. That's incredible. You think Kyle Busch doesn't want to win races?
No kidding.
This is the battle for the win here in Kansas. Here's Edwards. Bullseye move to the bottom of the racetrack. Slides under Johnson. He's in the wall. Edwards slams the wall, and Johnson cuts back to the bottom.
I just really wanted to win this race, so I planned on hitting the wall, but I didn't plan on the wall slowing me down that much. Played a lot of video games where you can just run it in the wall and hold it wide open, but it didn't work out quite the same as a video game.
We are under the red flag at Fontana.
Man, the track ain't ready today. It was dirty and we rushed into this. It was a bad move.
We should not be racing on that racetrack right now. It's seeping a lot of water. I hit a slick spot, and that's why my car took off.
Inside.
That's the most pathetic racing tire I've ever been on in my professional career. Goodyear can't build a tire that's worth a crap.
Just race out here in this grass. You know, it'd be a lot more grip.
Look at this. I just want you to realize something, guys. They're doing 190 miles an hour.
They'll be side by side down the back straightaway.
Ooh, man, that was tight off turn 2. Oh, he turned it. No. Oh, he turned it. No. Boys, I'll just tell you something. That ain't going to go over too good right there.
No, it's not.
I was in position for a win, and I ran hard and got wrecked.
Ruined my career. I'm not sure if that's the right word to say, but ruined my status. How about that?
Remember, these are the two guys that got together with 2 laps to go here in May. It was Junior who was leading and Kyle Busch who was running second.
There we go. They got together. I know that looked like a payback.
This time, looks like Junior has repaid the favor. Ah, the bump and run, the Bristol move.
Moved him out of the way. Yeah, gave him a little shove.
Apparently, Kyle Busch very frustrated about what happened here in the late going.
Well, I kind of just ran into him, you know? That's what happened. You know, whatever. That's, you know, Carl's going to say he's sorry he didn't want to race that way because he always does, you know. I guess he wasn't happy about it. I can understand, you know, we'll race him that way in a chase if that's the way he wants to race. They keep talking about rivalries. We might have one now.
At the stripe, Regan Smith is going to score the upset.
We still haven't got an indication, but it looks like Regan Smith won this race.
They are saying Tony Stewart has won the race. They will not allow that pass below the yellow line.
You cannot improve your position below the yellow line.
I totally disagree with him 110%.
So we moved him back to 18th position. Where do you feel like you should be placed?
Doing burnouts out there right now.
Kyle Busch celebrates once again.
6th win of the season, his 7th win of the season.
For the 8th time this season.
This guy's going to win the crowd over eventually because you can't keep driving like this without fans starting to appreciate how much talent's standing right there. He is the first driver to come through the fan voting process and go all the way to victory lane. Jeff's in the inside wall, hard into the wall. It hit that opening and it just ripped the front end off. There's no safer barrier there. No. Whoa, guys, whoa. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. I have never seen anything like that in my life. Oh, my gosh. That is unbelievable. If there's been anybody in our industry that has questioned the car tomorrow, take a look at this guy that walked out of that race car just a few minutes ago.
Last lap at Daytona.
Wow, they just covered up. Oh, we got it, guys.
That's it.
Oh, man. Oh, I can't believe they did not wreck.
Keep rolling here.
Greg Biffle will go back-to-back in the 2008 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. The top chase contender, Kyle Busch, has been involved in an accident.
He gave away all 80 of those bonus points in one afternoon.
His championship hopes have basically evaporated. Carl Edwards will come down and win for the 7th time.
You saw who finished second behind you. Who finished second? The 48. Are you kidding me?
The domination continues.
Jimmy Johnson wins for the 7th time this year.
A 3rd consecutive championship, and Cale Yarborough's great record tied.
The
champion is crowned. They have the big celebration. Take a deep breath, come back to Daytona, and start all over again. That's how stock car racing works.
Yeah. Major League Sports, expect the unexpected, and that's what that whole season was about. Kyle Busch, 25, 26 weeks up there on top of the points heap, gets to those last 10 showdown events, Zippo, right down through the dumpster. And this year, imagine coming to Daytona, and what a story it can be. Just think about what they're going to write if Bill Elliott, now an outsider, awesome Bill, is hot. And if he gets through this next practice well, we'll watch for him tomorrow to see if he is again the pole sitter for the 500. That would be a story and a half. Expect the unexpected.
Let's get back down to the fan zone with JR and the boys.
Dave, thanks a lot. You know, it's not unexpected, but it's a little bit surprising to look at the field for this Budweiser shootout tonight. The biggest field ever, 28 teams, and again, it's a very well-deserved bone thrown to the manufacturers. What we got here is we got the top 6 drivers from last season in all the 4 manufacturer categories, plus 1 wild card. And by luck of the draw, at the draw you saw live here on Speed, Paul Menard and Elliott Sadler start in row number 1. Reed Sorensen and Scott Speed start in row number 2. And guys, if you look at that, you got a very good mix of inexperience and experience up in the front of the field.
Yeah, Paul Menard obviously had a spin in practice last night. He will not have to go to a backup car. He will retain his position. And a lot of experienced and non-experienced guys, Randy, sprinkled throughout this starting lineup.
I think you're looking at the makings of one of the best Bud shootouts that we have ever seen. You throw the 28 cars out there with the experience mixed all over. Look at this. Back at the field, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon on the last row, Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle. Are you kidding me? You know they're going to try and come to the front to win this thing.
Jimmy Johnson starting 21st, and this can be a big, a big way to start your season. Dale Earnhardt Jr. came in, won this race, and got him off to a big start. So a lot of these guys looking forward to doing that tonight.
It's an all-star shootout under the lights, sort of a winner takes all the glory here with no points, but a lot of money on the line, and a lot of strategy is going to come down in the final segment of this thing, because many crew chiefs have told us so far they're not even considering going all the way. They have to pit in that final segment, but that might open the door for somebody to take a gamble.
I mean, I don't think you're going to win this race on old tires. I mean, I think that you've got to get tires on that race car that have 20 laps or less if you even are going to think about winning the Budweiser shootout. Hanley's going to be a big part of this race here later on in the evening, and so I'm thinking less than 20 laps, maybe even 15. We'll see where they pit, but they're going to pit.
And this car is harder on tires than the old car has ever been, so this tires will be an issue sometime in this next 10 days.
So a lot to look for tonight at 8 p.m. on Fox. You can see the Budweiser shootout in the first competitive racing of the season for the Sprint Cup Series. But before that, we have ARCA racing here at Daytona live on Speed. So if you're hungering for NASCAR and racing action, we got you covered all day long here on Speed.
The legendary Carroll Shelby.
I'm standing here next to one of our 700 horsepower Super Snakes. It has Z-Max in it. Everything we build has Z-Max in it. Every vehicle I own has Z-Max in it. Z-Max is the only lubricant that penetrates the metal. We use Z-Max because it improves the fuel mileage. If that wasn't so, I wouldn't be standing here telling you that.
Why let heartburn stop you when you can stop heartburn? Just one Zantac with a cool mint sensation can knock it out all day or all night for strong, lasting relief. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Announcing Pizza Hut's Real Deal. Buy any large pizza at menu price and get $5 off your order when you ask for the Real Deal. We've never had a deal like this.
I would totally order this.
Choose Real Taste. Pizza Hut. Now you're eating.
Hi, may I help you?
Yes, I hear Progressive has lots of discounts on car insurance. Can I get in on that?
Are you a safe driver?
Yes.
Discount. Do you own a home?
Yes.
Discount. Are you gonna buy online?
Yes.
Discount. Isn't getting discounts great?
Yes.
There's no discount for agreeing with me.
Yeah, I got carried away.
It happens to me all the time.
Helping you save money. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Are you one? Do you owe the IRS money in back taxes? Is your tax debt the cause of stress and worry? ITG is here to help. Our team of caring, qualified tax specialists will provide you with the help you need. We can help negotiate settlements for a fraction of what you owe the IRS and even eliminate penalties and interest payments. Call us today for a free confidential consultation. ITG can save you thousands in back taxes and protect you from the IRS. Call us now and take control of your tax problem today.
Hey, baby. You all right?
Hey, Money.
Looking good.
Hey, Money. How you
Mr. J, Mr. J.
What's up, Money?
What it is, bro? You straight?
Everyone loves money. Get the local with more calling plan from Comcast for just $24.95 per month every month. Sign up today and take your number with you. Because the less money you pay, the more you get to keep for yourself. Just call 1-800-COMCAST today. Comcast Digital Voice. It's Comcastic.
Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Live on a beautiful sunny day at Daytona. The countdown to the Gatorade Duel on Speed continues as we get closer and closer to setting the field for the Daytona 500. You know, there are champions in racing, but then there's a guy by the name of Frank Kimmel who has redefined that term. Let's get you down to Ray Dunlap, who's standing by with the champ.
Well, thank you, John. And when you look back across his career, it's unbelievable, all the numbers, the championships, the 74 wins, all that's great. But no victory at Daytona. Are you going to do it this year?
Well, we're going to really try. I got a teammate out there this year with my nephew Will, and hopefully we can get together. If I can catch up to him, he's running pretty fast. And but our Ford Fusion's pretty good and drafted really well yesterday, so hopefully we can hang out and be there at the end.
And the really good news is new sponsorship coming together to finally get you guys back on the track with good equipment.
Yeah, it's like winning a championship for sure. When we picked up Ansel Gloves and Menards, you know, what a phenomenal deal with the way the economy is and everything, and to pick it up to support our ARCA team, that's pretty special.
All right, we wish you good luck. Frank Kimmel, always a factor. Never won at Daytona, but we want to go out to the... Huh?
Quit saying
All right. Well, maybe today's the day, and we'll find out more information about this big race coming up because Phil Parsons and Rick Allen are out at the beach with Rutledge.
They are, Ray. They heard I was having a little fun in the sun. Fellas, thank you for joining me. Before I start, would you like a little candy? I got beef
love
jerky.
Twizzlers, by the way. Thank
This
you.
is my tailgate party. Budget cutbacks. I got
I'm good.
3 lollipops and beef jerky. Tell me about ARCA coming up 4 o'clock today.
Actually, I'd like to call the race from right here. We can see turn 3, which is going to be great.
Yeah.
We've got a great field. I'll let Phil talk a little bit more about it, but Joey Logano being one of the headliners, I think, of the field today. So a lot of good talent in this field today.
Yeah, a lot of Toyotas up front, too. Top 5, all Toyotas, and then Bobby Gerhardt going for win number 6 is the first non-Toyota starting in 6th.
And what time's the race?
4 o'clock.
Right after this show?
Yeah, hang out with us here at Speed.
I'm actually planning to watch here because I know how great a race it's going to be. It's the best seat in the house.
It'll be loud.
If you guys need any help, just call me.
We'll
I'm going to be
holler
on
at
the
you.
headset.
We'll holler at you. We'll holler
Thanks
for
for
you.
coming.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks for the suntan lotion next time. John, beef jerky for you, my friend.
Thank you, but my phone has not rang yet. I'm still waiting for my invite to Rutledge's tailgate party out on the beach. It's coming.
It's always open for you.
Yeah, I'll check my
Always.
email.
Did Rutledge look like to me, if we can get a shot of his legs, look like to me he must have rolled himself in flour before we got on the beach over there. I'm not sure.
Well, it's early in the season. We got to take another break here on NASCAR Live. When we come back, more coverage as we get ready for ARCA REMAX Series racing here at Daytona, and that will lead us in tonight's Budweiser Shootout, which you can see live at 8 on Fox. Or you still got time. Come to Daytona.
The biggest race of the year demands the biggest pre-race party in NASCAR. February 15th, be there as Speed gets you fired up for the 51st running of the Daytona 500.
It is the ultimate race to win.
Don't you leave your seat. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live coverage begins February 15th, 11 Eastern. And celebrate with us at 8 p.m. Eastern in NASCAR Victory Lane. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Heard about the problems we've been having?
Nope.
3G dead zones all over. Internet slow here, non-existent here. Trent, show them where we've been losing emails.
Here.
We have Verizon.
You've got 3G there.
Oh.
For coverage where you need it, get America's largest and most reliable 3G network, Verizon Wireless. And now get the Storm, the world's first touchscreen BlackBerry.
All right, what do we got?
Male, had trauma struck by a bus. It's a Jack the Box guy.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do I really like his sirloin burger? Yeah, but the
Tacos?
breakfast? Breakfast. That's it. Nurse O'Brien and I often enjoy a midnight breakfast at Jack's.
So anyway, Bob.
Right, I'm going in. Give me a bone saw and a hot glue gun.
Hi.
Testing it out. Squat test.
We do that. In a lab. No one tests their furniture like Lazy Boy. That's why it lasts as long as it does.
Oh.
What about this?
That's yours.
The President's Day sale. Hurry in to start saving now. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
Introducing the NASCAR Hall of Fame Commemorative Brick Program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at nascarhall.com/brick.
Back live at Daytona International Speedway. There's what Rutledge is watching right now. It is that kind of a day here in Daytona. The cold snap is over, the temperature climbing comfortably, and it should be perfect conditions for both practice today and qualifying tomorrow to determine the pole for the 500. Let's go to Adam Alexander. Adam?
Anybody you'd like to see?
Resourceful. That's the case with Joe Nemechek. You have been here under all different circumstances. You had to work a little harder to be at Daytona this year, Joe.
Oh, yes. I tell you what, the last 3 weeks, the Cup program here just came together recently, and these guys had to work really, really hard. Can't thank Philippe and this whole group of NEPCO Motorsports employees that are putting this thing together. We had a lot of people that weren't on payroll, too, coming in and helping us over the last couple of weeks, and meant a lot. But I think our Toyota Camry's pretty good.
All right, well, good luck in that final practice session before qualifying later today. Joe Nemechek, 25th in practice number 1.
And Adam, I just think it's so interesting. We've got different garages going with different agendas. Yeah, you've got the top 35 that are locked in over there, but we've got Bud Cole qualifying coming tomorrow, and we have all those guys in the back of the garage that are trying to make it into the Daytona 500. But yet this afternoon right here on Speed, we've got action coming to you from the ARCA Remax Series, and this car right here is one I think you're going to have to watch out for. This Home Depot race car with Joey Logano behind the wheel. Joey trying to get more and more seat time. That's what it's all about. He won an ARCA Remax Series race a year ago at Rockingham Speedway, but here at Daytona, a completely different story, and we know that. The action is always packed when these guys take to the track, and I think it's going to be good seat time, and I think Joey Logano may be a factor in winning today's race here at Daytona.
So much attention paid to this 18-year-old kid, nicknamed Sliced Bread, greatest thing since. Little resentment, perhaps, of all that attention on the part of those who have paid perhaps a bit more in the way of dues before their introduction to big league stock car racing. And then the interesting quirk to me, an 18-year-old kid as the spokesperson for Home Depot. How that plays out in terms of the television commercials is a fascinating story that will also unfold this week. Let's get down to the fan zone, Johnny.
Well, Dave, when we go to race day built by the Home Depot, we got 3 guys up there that the maturity level is below 18. So that's kind of the same thing with Joey Logano. But, Dave brought up a big point. This kid has been labeled a phenom since he was 15 years old. Now he's finally old enough to race in NASCAR's Top Series. It's funny, he can come down here to Speed Weeks, but he's not old enough to rent a car, yet he's driving in the Daytona 500. Randy, is this kid going to be able to go out there, just relax and race?
I don't know. He's been racing a long time. He's been racing since he's 5 or 6 years old. I think he understands the position he's in right now. But having said that, he's out there with the best in the world. He needs to take it easy, not worry about winning races at the moment. I think he'll do that. But I think he just needs to go out there, turn laps, get ready, get through the Bud Shootout, get through the Daytona 500, and come out of here with all four fenders on the car.
All the other drivers can say what they want to. If they were given an opportunity, if they're Joey Logano, if they got a chance to debut in the Sprint Cup level with Joe Gibbs Racing in the Home Depot car, or kind of start under the radar in an independent team in the back, I think everybody would take the path that Joey Logano is taking. He's here. Now it would depend on whether or not he can survive, but don't fault him for where he's at right now.
Exactly. I don't think you can fault a guy for saying okay to Joe Gibbs Racing and driving a car like the 2-time championship number 20. We're going to take another break here. The cars are rolling out on the grid here for the second Coors Light pole qualifying for the Daytona 500. That's going to get underway here in just a few moments. We'll be back with more NASCAR Live in a moment.
Bull Run is back. 12 teams compete for $200,000 in prizes. Bull Run premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Finally, a car that revolves around you.
Because you're more than one thing. So is Venza.
Protect your engine, improve performance, and increase mileage with buy one, get one free deals on Valvoline Fuel Injector Cleaner. Whatever you're working on, Advance Auto Parts will help you keep the wheels turning.
Is it different?
At Gold Pack, we will pay you cash for your old gold or unwanted jewelry. No matter what you send in, Gold Pack guarantees payment.
Gold Pack sent me fast payment for old necklaces I had tangled up in my dresser drawer. It was jewelry I didn't even wear.
We'll send you a free Gold Pack with everything you need to make money from your unwanted jewelry today. Just send in the postage-paid envelope and we'll send you your payment within 24 hours.
Call 1-800-868-1353. That's 1-800-868-1353.
Looking for fun? Let's bowl! Harvest Park Bowl in Brentwood has got fun every day of the week, and our fun is affordable. From birthday parties to company outings to Brentwood Rocks, there's fun for everyone. Harvest Park Bowl gives the best birthday parties and packages, including bowling, shoes, invitations, pizza, soda, and more. And best of all, we clean up. Harvest Park Bowl is clean, bright, family-friendly, and did we mention fun? What are you waiting for? Let's bowl at Harvest Park Bowl in Brentwood.
By Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. Toyota, moving forward. Brought to you in part by Verizon Wireless. Call more people, use 0 minutes. Only on America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family, Verizon Wireless. And by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV.
We're just moments away from the roar of engines here for the Sprint Cup Series at Daytona, and that is music to the ears of the fans out here after a long winter's nap. We're back on racing here at Daytona. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's still to come today on a very, very busy day on Speed and Fox. We have the Sprint Cup practice next, NASCAR Live at 3, the ARCA Slick Miss 200, race day at 6 o'clock, the Bud Shootout on Fox, and then NASCAR Victory Lane wraps everything up at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Hermie, what do you look for in practice?
This is the crew chief's final chance. He's telling the driver right now, don't worry about us being 25th on the speed chart. I got a lot of secrets we're going to throw out for this final practice. If it doesn't work out, you see a lot of upset drivers, Randy.
Yeah, and I think another thing to look for here in this practice is it's currently about 67, 68 degrees. When we roll off for qualifying tomorrow, just check the weather. It is going to be 67 to 68 degrees throughout qualifying. Usually the guys that roll out first have a little bit of an advantage because it gets a little bit hotter. Jeff Gordon goes out first, might not be an advantage.
Speaking of cool under pressure, let's send it back out to the beach and join our friend Rutledge Wood.
John, my tailgate's going to go on all afternoon. I came up with the perfect suggestion. Everybody's trying to save energy. Here's what I want everybody at home to do. Take your remote, take those batteries out, just put it on the counter because you're not going to need it for the rest of the week. You just stay here, ARCA at 4, everything's going to be great. Ray Dunlap, take it away, my friend.
I'll tell you, Rutledge, I get so excited about this. When you look down the line, look at all of these race cars that are here. It is February and we're in Daytona, and these guys all going to work very, very hard in this last practice to try to get ready to find out just exactly what they've got for tomorrow's pole qualifying, and that's what it's all about here. The rest of this afternoon, these guys throw in the very last wrench to these cars, seeing exactly what they've got. John? Adam?
And Ray, indeed the case. It is back to school for all these Sprint Cup teams. They had 2 hours of practice this morning, now another 90 minutes to find out exactly where they stand for tomorrow's qualifying session for the 51st running of the Daytona 500. And that session now, according to my watch, less than 2 minutes away, Dave.
Good stuff. Ken Squire, would you like to add to the list?
Well, let's see. Practice, big cars, 2 exciting races today. Bulletin. Tomorrow, the Wood brothers are back. Yeah, one of the proudest families in motorsport have a number 21 that looks like it could be on the point. In Dawsonville, Georgia, attention. get that siren on top of Perkles Pool Hall ready to play its song. It may want to scream before tomorrow afternoon's over.
It's been a long, long time since we've heard that sound up in Dawsonville, Georgia. What a story that would be. So many stories, in fact, of this 2009 edition of Speed Week. I think we need additional help to tell those. We're going to be going topside as we join the Fox team. They're standing by to bring you this final session of practice. We'll put the cars in trim to try to win the Daytona 500 pole tomorrow. My idea, my picture in my mind right now, a hand grenade with 28 hands reaching for the pin. I wonder if the Bud Shootout might not be something like that tonight at 8 o'clock live on Fox. Let's go topside to Mike Joy.
Thank you, Dave, and hi, everybody. We're set for the second round of practice for Daytona 500 qualifying, and what a beautiful day in Daytona Beach. 65 degrees, a little light breeze, and as in the first session, we'll see single car runs. Second in line to go out is Bill Elliott. 22 years ago to this weekend, he set the all-time track qualifying record for what is now the Sprint Cup Series, 210 miles per hour. And guess who was fastest in practice session number 1? Guess the old magic is still there. Bill Elliott had the fastest lap. Bobby Labonte, also in a Ford. Dale Jr., Martin Truex and Chevrolets, then the 3 Toyotas. And here's a look at the top 20 of 52 cars that went out for practice runs. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds. DW is on the property. He should join us in just a little bit. What did we learn in practice round 1?
Well, I think it was pretty predictable, and it was actually pretty calm. It was a 2-hour practice session. The Hendrick cars were quick. The Gibbs Toyotas were quick. The DEI Ganassi Chevrolets looked awfully good, but I think it was a little bit of a surprise to see that number 21 Wood Brothers. A great surprise, yes, I might add, to see those guys fastest in that practice. Bobby Labonte and that Yates Ford, of course, that's the same car that sat on the pole at Talladega in the fall. Not a total surprise there, but now this is the proof of the pudding. You saw right there, Mike, the wind has picked up a little bit from that first practice, and that will play havoc. And of course, I'm sure near the end of this practice, everybody's hair will be on fire because this is our last chance before we go to qualifying tomorrow.
Let's have a look at our Toyota track description for Daytona International Speedway as Bobby Labonte sits ready to roll. This 2.5-mile tri-oval was built and opened in 1959. The track configuration has not changed. 31-degree banking in the corners, 18 at the tri-oval. 3,000-foot back straightaway parallels one of the runways at the adjacent Daytona Beach Airport.
Now, Mike, you pointed out Bill Elliott was the second car in line. Now, his time that he ran in that first practice was 47.96, 187.5 miles per hour. His first lap on this run here was 48.28. I think he may very well indeed be able to run faster on this lap here than that 47.96, because we saw cars in the first practice picking up, depending on where they ran the first lap. We know the second lap they'll be right around the bottom, picking up anywhere from 3 to 5 tenths. So if he picks up 3.5, 4 tenths, it'll be quicker than he ran in that first practice. 47.88, so he picked up about a tenth from what he ran in that first practice session, and he's almost 188 miles per hour, that 21 Ford.
47.96 in the first session, 47.88 in this session. So Elliott driving for the storied Wood Brothers with a part-year sponsorship from Motorcraft, and they are looking for sponsors to be able to run the full season. And what a way to come out of the box.
Yeah, right now it's a 12-race schedule starting right here at Daytona. Now, we know Bill possibly could have the championship provisional to fall back on. There's a lot of other champions in front of him, like Tony Stewart being one of them. But you want to have one of those 3 or 4 fastest speeds that's not in the top 35 tomorrow. Then you pretty much know you'll race in the 51st annual Daytona 500.
Right. We'll discuss that a little further on, what you need to do tomorrow for qualifying to be assured of a spot. Carl Edwards is assured of a spot in the Daytona 500 because he was number 2 in Sprint Cup points. in 2008. And the front of that car, we confirmed, is the 2010 Fusion. New grille and headlight decals, and those lower grille and headlight decals are something that's new to Sprint Cup racing this year. But this is the 2010 look, a car that will be in showrooms next month. Let's get down to the garage and join Steve Burns.
Thank you, Mike. Just moments ago, Larry McReynolds talked about Bobby Labonte being second quick overall. I talked to team owner Doug Yates just before this practice, and Bobby, I said, what does Bobby bring to the table? Experience, leadership? He said, keep going, all of the above.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's a great opportunity, like I said in the offseason too, and here of late, and got a really fast race car, and Ask.com on board, and got a great Ford Fusion. So looking forward to good qualifying tomorrow and a great shootout tonight.
All right, thank you, Bobby and Krista. They said they're going to make just one run and then park it for the remainder of this practice.
Well, Steve, I want to talk about another veteran. Mark Martin said it was an idiot when he turned down Rick Hendrick's first 2 job offers. Now he is exactly where he wants to be, but he said he needed these last 2 years off from full-time competition to recharge his battery, wrap his arms around his family, he says. And now he says he is more ready than any of the guys in this field because of that. He's more mentally prepared, and here is something very scary. He is more physically fit at age 50 than he says he has ever been. I know he could kick my butt in a heartbeat, one arm behind his back.
He's probably one of the 4 or 5 fittest drivers in that whole garage.
No question, runs the whole schedule here in 2009. Now we have 57 cars here trying to qualify for this Daytona 500. About 35 of those cars are in line on pit road. Now we need to stress, as we watch Jeff Gordon in the 24 car on his first run of this practice, that is not NASCAR mandated. The track is open for practice. Gentlemen's agreement, since we're at a restrictor plate racetrack, to simulate what will happen in qualifying tomorrow in single car runs. You want to make sure you're out there all but by yourself. If you can see a car, that car is braking the air and will help your car run faster. If you can space them out, about 4 cars is maximum that you can get that clean lap. So right now it's a gentleman's agreement, but trust me, a little over an hour from now, that gentleman's agreement will probably go right out the window.
Bit of a new look for Jeff Gordon this year. 48.35 is his quicker of the 2 laps, so he is 4.
Again, I said we could run that.
It's a little slower than he ran in that first practice session.
Bill Elliott quickest so far. Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Gordon, and Carl Edwards.
Many half-ton V8s get around the same miles per gallon, but ours puts out 30 more horsepower. Hello, beautiful. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Takes just 3 years for many half-tons to burn through this much tranny fluid. Ours lasts longer, so you go through a whole lot less. Looks like you got some time to kill. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
After years of research and proven results on the racetrack, Z-Max Micro Lubricant made its way to the professional mechanic. Today, it's the only micro lubricant product available to everyone. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is used with your favorite motor oil. It soaks into metal, resulting in better fuel mileage, smoother engine performance, and extended engine life. Z-Max, 60 years of reliable, proven performance. To purchase, go to zmax.com or get it today at these fine retailers.
Working parts, working harder and longer with Valvoline conventional motor oil and a Purolator Premium Plus oil filter. Whatever you're working on, Advance Auto Parts will help you keep the wheels turning.
NASCAR was born, and they came to race. You remember their names and every winning moment. Now it's time to capture your favorite NASCAR memories. Introducing the NASCAR Hall of Fame Commemorative Brick Program. To reserve your place in NASCAR history, visit us online at NASCARHall.com/brick or call 1-888-NHF-BRKS. The NASCAR Hall of Fame, building memories one brick at a time.
What a difference seeing these cars go around in high definition. Boy, it's got to make you feel like you're here. We are here. My gosh. Bill Elliott, Truex, Hamlin, Kyle Busch completed his run. He is 4th, and Jeff Gordon 5th quickest, just displaced by Joey Logano. And here's Reed Sorensen. McDonald's 43. Richard Petty Motorsports. A joining up of Petty Enterprises and Gillette Evernham.
Now we know that a lot of the new Dodges, have a new nose as well as the Fords. And Mike, right now, Reed is the slowest of the 10 cars that's been out there. And in that first practice, Mike, we almost saw a mirror of what we witnessed a year ago. The Dodges did not have the speed to run that fast lap. But if you go back a year ago, just like Kurt Busch in the 2 car that ran second to his teammate in the 500, they got their cars driving good for the dual races on Thursday as well as the 500. But we only had one Dodge in the top 25 in that first practice session. Elliott Sadler was 17th in the 19 car.
So Kurt Busch teamed this year with David Stremming over at Penske.
This is what we see pretty much during all of practice, getting ready to qualify here, and we'll see it tomorrow during that qualifying. Is you're trying to get this thing wound up with that carburetor restrictor plate, so you want to run the longest distance until you get to 1 lap to go of your qualifying. And when you take the white flag, you'll see that car come right against the yellow line all the way around this 2.5 mile track to try to run the shortest distance.
Elliott Sadler's made a run that is 7th fastest in this session. Jamie Mack. One of the not too many cars that return with the same number and paint scheme and teamed for 2009.
But he did have a crew chief change. He is linked back up with the guy that probably he had the most success with, Donnie Wingo, that moved over from Chip Ganassi Racing.
6th quickest for McMurray. 48.28. That's 4/10 off of Bill Elliott's fast time. The Guitar Hero Chevrolet. Have you tried that?
I have not.
It's fun. Scott and Katie have that. They had a good bit of fun with it. That's pretty neat. Eric Almirola coming out for his run.
Eric was 13th quickest in that first practice. One of the DEI Ganassi with Felix Sabata's cars that I talked about at the top of the show, that all 3 of those cars looked awfully good.
Go back down to the garage and Steve.
All right, thanks, Mike. Hanging out with Carl Edwards. And Carl said the only thing they need to hear is a window so you can hear what the fans are saying. But it is fun for these fans down here.
Yeah, it's cool. But you don't know if they're for you or against you. You know, they're screaming something in the glass, and but as long as they're handing Affleck stuff through, I guess we're all right. It's really kind of a cool thing here, the way they've got it so the fans can see what's going on. I know that, you know, if I were looking for a place to get a pit pass or something, this is what I'd do, is so I can come see something. You know, it's kind of neat.
Carl, you had such a great 2008 season, and you said the other night at the Budweiser Shootout draw you were excited to get back to work.
Oh yeah, it's just fun to be in a race car. You know, I think tonight's gonna be a lot of fun because it's no points. It's a great way to start the season, shake the rust off, and you know, not everything's on the line. You know, next weekend, that's the big one, and you know, we've got this car okay right now, but I think we've got to pick up just a little bit of speed for qualifying, that's for sure.
Great to see you back in Daytona.
Good to be back.
Thanks, Steve. Here's Jeff Burton, who had problems last night in practice for the Busch Shootout, losing an engine. That is not the same car. Teams are no longer permitted to run the same car in the Budweiser Shootout as for the Daytona 500. But Shootout car can become a backup if needed later in the week. Larry just saw a puff of smoke out the left side. That was a little odd, unless it was a little bit of dust or something. That was the gate. Was that the gate 7 area? No, it was over by the backstretch crossover.
Yeah, you know, we watched even in the first practice session a lot of these cars bottoming out. We even talked to Greg Biffle, and Dick Bergman asked him, was the racetrack getting a lot rougher than it was a year ago? And Greg said the biggest thing is we're just much more aggressive this year versus last year. First time to have the cars at Daytona was a year ago. This new car, we're just much more aggressive this year, pulling these things down and just letting them ride solid on the springs.
Jeff Burton moves up the board to 12th with that lap. Bill Elliott is still quickest.
Bull Run is back, and it's only on speed. 12 teams compete for $200 grand in prizes, and I got 3,000 miles of highway that says they don't got the dice. Bull Run premieres Thursday, February 19th, exclusively on Speed.
You must be here for our President's Day sale.
No, we're here to buy a sofa for her cousin.
Well, have a seat. You know, you look a lot like,
The most comfortable man in the world?
The President's Day sale. Hurry in to start saving now. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
If you're... What you're about to see will change the way you look at weather. Presenting the revolutionary Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Many traditional wipers have 6 pressure points that can create uneven pressure and cause streaking. Rain-X Latitude blades contour to hug the windshield for greater visibility and virtually no streaking. So it's like weather never happened. Get ultimate visibility with Rain-X Latitude wiper blades. Rain-X, outsmart the elements.
Hey, baby. You all right?
Hey, Money.
Looking good.
Hey, Money. How you doing?
Mr. J. What's up, Money? What it is, bro? You straight?
Everyone loves money. Get the local with more calling plan from Comcast for just $24.95 per month every month. Sign up today and take your number with you. Because the less money you pay, the more you get to keep for yourself. Just call 1-800-COMCAST today. Comcast Digital Voice. It's Comcastic.
NASCAR Sprint Cup practice brought to you by Toyota. For the latest on Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. By Old Spice Swagger, the scent that makes a difference. And by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Comfort, it's what we do. Bill Elliott quickest, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin, Eric Almirola, and Kyle Busch. The Fast Five right now as Paul Menard pulls off, completing his run, and he is 7th fastest in that Menard's Quaker State Ford. 19 drivers have been on track thus far, and as Larry explained, there is an agreement among drivers that you don't go out and affect somebody else's single car run. And that's why the cars are pretty well spaced out around the speedway. But
I'm gonna give you an idea of what I was talking about earlier. This is Casey Mears in the 07. He's driving this car this year. He's going off into turn 3. Robbie Gordon in the 7 is halfway down the back straightaway. I will guarantee you that 7 is getting a little bit of a draft off that 07, even though it's half the distance of the back straightaway, and more than likely Mark Martin in his 5 car may be getting a little help off that 7 car. If you can see the car is helping you. And a lot of this is on the shoulders of the spotters. NASCAR requires you, even in this type of a practice session, to have a spotter. And of course, he's really not doing any kind of spotting as far as drafting practice, but this is where the spotter plays a big role. One, he needs to count the laps that each car's run. He knows once he's completed 2 laps, they're coming in, and this is where they try to time it to get you out there in the right position.
Let's go back down to the garage, check with Krista.
We've caught up with Elliott Sadler, and we were joking, you used to drive for the Wood Brothers, talk about history, and now the King. How about that?
That's pretty cool. We were talking about it at Media Day, you know, driving for Richard Petty Motorsports, and I've heard all the stories from the Wood Brothers side. Now I can't wait to hear all the stories from the King side. But, you know, just an honor for me because I was a race fan long before I became a race car driver. So to be able to drive for the King, and I've already loved hearing his stories already, his and Dale Emmons, and I think they're going to add a lot of raceability to our team and bring a lot of that old-fashioned hardcore racing back to us, and I think that's what we need right now. So it's pretty fun, and actually our car's pretty good right now. It drives very well, and I know if it drives good today, we got a good chance of running good on Thursday and next Sunday.
And team back up with one of your friends, Kevin Buskirk.
You know, Kevin and I had a lot of success together at the 38 car. We won some races, sat on some poles, and then I could relate to him a lot. And, you know, we did not run as well as we wanted to last year, so we decided to bring him on board, and, man, we've hit it off. We're talking about things that we did back then for adjustments for today. Like, remember when this worked then at Kansas? Well, it'll work today at Rockingham or what have you. So it's working out pretty good for us. Very happy to have him on board. And the Stanley Dodge is driving good, and it's Stanley's first ever appearance at the Daytona 500. So we got some pressure on us, but we want to run good. It's a big weekend.
It is a big weekend. Thank you very much, Elliott. Kevin, of course, was with Elliott back in 2004, and he was an engineer on the Daytona 500 winning team of Kevin Harvick.
Here's Mark Martin, just jumping up to 4th on the board, 48.18. That's just about 0.3 off of Bill Elliott's quickest run so far.
But I think Alan Gustafson will like that run right there, because that almost duplicated what they ran in the first practice. I think you talked about agendas at the top of the show. Yeah, in the perfect world, you pick up a little bit like Bill Elliott did from the first practice, but you don't want to slow down from that first practice session.
Oh, well, speaking of agendas.
Have you found yours?
I was on a little bit of a different agenda there for a little while.
That's
Sorry
okay.
about that. I got hung up in the inspection line and couldn't get through my trip.
But we had you on the 5-minute clock, so you're good.
Yeah, it's good to go.
All right.
I was sitting there talking to some friends, and they said practice was getting ready to start. I wonder which practice that is.
All right. Here's Steve.
All right, thank you, Mike. Nice of DW to join the show. Clint Boyer and I were laughing the other day. Clint, you said, I'm not even sure if I'm locked in the Daytona 500, but you are. And how much peace of mind does that give you, and how does that change your preparation, if at all?
Well, it's, definitely sleeping a little better at night. But, Shane Wilson, all the guys on the Cheerios, Hamburger Helper Chevrolet, they were working hard on this car all season long, all off season long. And, we were ready for them. I mean, I think we were 10th or 11th on the board. So, due to a lot of hard work and dedication, a lot of people's parts, we were ready for them if we needed to be.
And very good. You got your sponsors right after driving that 07 car.
Yeah, new colors, new number, new look.
All right, good luck, Clint.
And he was definitely by far the fastest of the Richard Childress cars in that very first practice session. But yeah, that car indeed comes in here locked into the top 35, even though it's a brand new team of Richard Childress Racing, because of Bobby Ginn being a part of the DEI merger about 1.5 years ago with the 01 car. Bobby Ginn was no longer with DEI, so they formed a partnership with Richard Childress to lock that car. And no, you are not allowed a follow-up question.
Yeah, I was going to say, trying to figure out somebody I can merge with.
Our broadcast team?
Broadcast team, yeah.
That'd be good.
Should have drugged something down here, baby, I'm telling you.
It's curiouser and curiouser.
Like Daryl says, makes me kind of want to go,
Speed brings you the Gatorade Tuna Daytona. Thursday, starting at 2 Eastern. Live in Speed HD. NASCAR on Speed. Be there.
Everybody down! This is a hold-up!
Dude, don't play hero. I'm not. I've got DirecTV, so I can set my own DVR from here. My favorite show's on tonight. In case this turns into a hostage situation. Man, so cool.
No cell phone.
I got it.
With DirecTV, you can easily set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
To help avoid dental problems, my dentist gives me Act Restoring mouthwash.
Act restores minerals to soft spots and strengthens enamel up to 2 times harder.
My breath is great, and so are my checkups.
Act Restoring mouthwash, the one dentists believe in.
I couldn't sleep last night.
Me either, so I tried Unisom Sleep Melts.
They dissolve quickly without water and taste great.
You'll melt asleep fast, stay asleep, and wake refreshed.
Sleep well?
Like a baby.
Unisom Sleep Melts.
Melt asleep fast.
Are you watching that skateboarding kitten video again, Larry?
I like kittens.
Larry, you have access to over 100,000 real video clips at Comcast.net from providers like Fox Sports, CBS News, and E! Entertainment.
I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Do they have stuff with kittens?
Enough with the kittens, Larry.
Over 100,000 video clips from trusted news and entertainment sources, only at Comcast.net.
Sparks fly as the Camping World Truck Series comes to Speed. It's the perfect storm of danger and speed, live from Daytona Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and only on Speed, the newly renamed Camping World Truck Series, racing the way it ought to be.
I guarantee they'll put a show on. Yeah, it's nothing for them to finish the race at the start-finish line 3 wide.
Got our buddy Ryan Newman here in the U.S. Army car. That car's been pretty quick in practice so far. But, Mike, as I looked at those fire trucks and all the safety equipment, all the support equipment that it takes to put on a Cup race and also the other series as well, that's a lot of equipment. That's a lot of people that you have to get down here just to put the show on. Kind of like our deal. So many people behind the scenes that you don't see that it takes to put one of these shows on.
Right, and now a lot of those people travel race to race instead of relying. They used to rely a lot on local help at all of the racetracks. Not so much anymore.
Not so much.
People that are professional and doing the job and being able to be part of it. Why 39? Ryan Newman's car. Because when he raced in USAC for his own family-owned team with his dad Greg turning the wrenches, that was his number. It was available, and Tony Stewart, his teammate and boss, said, I want to run 14 for A.J. Foyt. They got the rights to 14. Newman said, well, if I could pick any number, I'd like 39.
I think he actually won. Did he not win a nationwide race in the 39 car?
He did, driving for Penske. Yeah. So right now he's at a 48.25. And in the earlier practice, I was trying to look exactly what he did run then. He ran a 48.17, so he slowed down about 3/4 of a tenth.
Here's one. Ryan Newman is the first driver since 1980 to do what?
In 1980?
Win the 500 and switch teams the following year.
Oh, wow.
Buddy Baker did it.
Okay. I always thought you were going to say roll through the grass one year and win the next.
Well, that too.
Crash, burn, and then come back with a win. That's pretty big.
Now, that shot we just saw in the garage area of where you saw 2 24 cars, you were talking about, you know, each team having 2 cars that's in the Budweiser shootout, and there's 28 of them. That was Steve Letarte, Jeff Gordon, their team, the 24 team, looked like doing a little swapping around with their shootout car and their 500 car. Jeff has only made 1 run in this practice session. He's 11th quickest.
Scott Speed driving for the Red Bull Toyota team and wearing number 82. One of 2.
Yeah, well,
at least 2 contenders for Rookie of the Year.
It's not the same car that he ran into that guy in front of him last night.
And the guy in front of him, Paul Menard, they have fixed his car, and it will start on the pole tonight in the Bud Shootout. He will not have to go to a backup car.
Good for them.
Krista.
Well, during these, I guess you'd say, qualifying practices, some of the best stories come from the guys who have to make it in the show on Speed. One of those is Jeremy Mayfield. And on the chart, you guys look really good. This number 41. Are you going to make the show?
Well, we certainly hope so, but you're still going to come down to racing our way in probably. And, you know, I'm just proud of all these guys in the all-sport team. They've done a great job getting the car here. And, you know, a lot of guys that have been together, they kind of know what they had coming into this place. We really didn't know anything, so we're coming into it pretty blind. And but every run we're getting better and better, and we're gaining on it. And hopefully by tomorrow we'll have a good shape.
Thanks, Jeremy.
We know that tomorrow the front row will be set for the Daytona 500 based on time trial speeds, but for drivers like Jeremy Mayfield and Tony Stewart, their agenda is just a little bit different.
Well, it is. You know, Tony Stewart, he knows he's going to race in the Daytona 500 simply because I think he's going to be fast enough, but he has that championship provisional to fall back on. But, you know, Jeremy Mayfield, that team was not even a race team January 1st. It just came to fruition about a month ago, and those guys are just trying to get to a point, like he said, get their car driving good and maybe put themselves in the right position on those last few laps of the dual races next Thursday, just to get in this show and at the same time attract a sponsorship that will stay with that program.
And you know, a guy that's holding his breath right now, but they probably sign a little bit of relief with Bill Elliott as fast as he is, Tony running as good as he is Terry Labonte. Terry's sitting down there. If he doesn't run fast enough to get in the show, he could use that champion provisional if these other guys more current than him happen to be good on speed.
Terry will be really rooting for Tony and for Bill to run fast in qualifying.
Yeah, and so far it's working out. Right 21 and is first, and 14 is third. Cool.
Steve.
Mike, with Greg Biffle, I just want to follow up. I heard you talking to Dick Berggren this morning. You guys were bottoming out a little bit. Did you get that problem solved?
Yeah, we did. We just, put a little shim in the front. And, the wind's starting to pick up, and the sun, it's a little bit warmer now, so it's really hard to keep track of your speed. You look at the rest of the group, but it looks like, we may not be as good as we were in the first session, but we got a few things we're going to do here to see if we can get her to go a little better.
Greg, DW said he's looking for an alliance or a merger. He didn't think practice started for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, I started the session in watching TV because they were finishing up a few things. I noticed he wasn't there. I don't know. Maybe we'll get him a new watch or something so we make sure he's on time. I better not give him too much crap because I might be late sometime or another.
Good point. All right, we'll let you go work on your race car. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks.
He's a very smart driver. Because he knows, like I know, what goes around will come around.
But something tells me this is not going to go away.
Apparently
it's going to stay with us for a while.
Apparently not, and I have no real legitimate excuse.
I had one for you that you're still in Central Time.
That's a good one, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I was down there trying to fit in a seat, and that didn't work out.
Well, and next thing you're hoping that Stevie's not listening to the show.
Yeah, I hope it was the seat of a rental car.
I was thinking about it. I was going to see if David Hill would let me call the race from the car, the race car.
I remember trying that once at TNN.
It didn't go over too good, did it?
Buddy, how's the car running?
Yeah.
I'm a little busy right now. Yeah. and he was, but he really did. Buddy Baker did a good job for us that day trying to call, it was the Winston Open from the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. was third quickest in that first